take you fully recovered from the
Good evening,
fun at the
and
dentist.
welcome to this meeting of the Norfolk Select Board. It is Tuesday, October 29th at approximately 7 p.m. My name is Kevin Calcutt, and I'm joined here by my fellow board members Chris Weeder and Cece Van Tyne. We're also joined by our Town Administrator Blythe Robinson and Executive Assistant Judith Lazardi. As a reminder, this meeting is being audio and video recorded consistent with the open meeting laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It will be rebroadcasted to NCTV's government cable channel, as well as uploaded to NCTV's YouTube channel. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Wow. Packed house tonight.
Every time is a packed house because we're really fun.
Fantastic. All right. First item tonight, Blythe, would you mind taking us through our agenda this evening?
Of course. Our next item on the agenda is public comment, followed by a presentation by Superintendent Alardi and her team about elementary school enrollment projections. The action items for tonight include approval of the Green Community Energy Reduction Plan for the town, to consider executing the warrant for the special town meeting that will be held on November 19th, and to reaffirm you as the chair as the Select Board's representative to the B1 Zoning Working Committee, and finally, approval of several warrants.
Deceptively short agenda.
Not so much. Really good, important things to talk about.
Absolutely. All right, so let's kick it off with our public comment period. For those who are not aware, we do offer this opportunity for anybody who's in attendance to come up. You have 3 minutes to speak on any subject, but please know that we are not able to interact or dialogue with you during this time. It is merely meant as an opportunity to bring something to the board's attention or for follow-up with the town administrator. So with that, would anybody like to join us? Ladies first, sir.
I just wanted to speak about the fact that the warrant isn't being mailed to the houses, which I think is a mistake if you want people to attend. I mean, I don't think people feel like coming up here and parking and going in to get it, but then apparently there's an alternative to having it, to being able to call and get a copy sent to your house. Is that right?
So it's my understanding, not having been here for a special town meeting in the past, that somewhat in the recent past, a decision was made by the town not to mail the fall warrant and to send a postcard instead, alerting people that it's available, and that's scheduled to go out probably no later than Monday. We are also going to make sure that there are warrants at the library and the Council on Aging and Town Hall, and so people can pick. We'll have extras at each of those places. And if people call and they'd like a copy, we'd be happy to provide one to them.
That was my impression, but I spoke to the clerk's office this morning, and they said, no, it's not going to be mailed.
Correct.
And unless, if you ask for it, it's not, it wouldn't be mailed at all, whether you asked for it or you didn't. So I
Correct.
spoke to Nancy, and she said she would send me one because, the assumption is everybody has a computer. I personally can't read on a computer. So,
My understanding was the decision was made a couple of years ago. It was somewhat a cost savings measure because it costs, I think, about $2,800 a year per meeting to mail the document to all households with the bulk permit, and the cost of a postcard is a couple of $100s. So I don't think this year we necessarily have the budget available to do it. I'm not making that excuse. I'm just telling you how this year was developed back in the spring, and it's certainly something the town could revisit in the future. We just need to plan accordingly.
I came up because I want people to know that if they call, they will have one mailed to the house, contrary to what I was told this morning at the clerk's office.
We would love people to stop by if they can, only because, hey, 50 cents is 50 cents. But, if they can't, that's understandable. We'll help them out. We certainly want to do that.
Okay, so if you call, you can have a copy sent to your house.
Sure.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I actually say something? When Anne-Marie spoke to the clerk, when she spoke to the clerk's office, she
Hold on, can you get a microphone? I'm sorry. Carol.
when Anne-Marie asked at the clerk's office, when she called and asked, she was told that no, they wouldn't be mailed. She asked if she could get her name on a list or something to get it mailed to her, and she was told that she would have to speak to the selectman's office for that. She was transferred to the selectman's office, and I'm sure Nancy took good care of her.
She did.
Just wanted to let her know.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Rosenberg? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was recently talking to a member of the advisory committee about how we could get more people to volunteer to be on town committees and basically to serve on the town. As you're probably aware, the Massachusetts Open Meeting Law has a provision for remote participation, but in order to use the remote participation, it needs to be adopted by the executive of the town. In the case of Norfolk, the select board would need to adopt it. So in the discussion we had, we were talking about circumstances that prevented people from attending meetings sometimes, even though they were active members of a town board or committee and wanted to participate. One difficulty is sometimes boards or committees have midday meetings and the person is working in Boston, for example, and could participate by phone but could not get back to Norfolk for a lunchtime meeting. Another situation is early evening meetings where a person could stay late at their job and participate remotely but couldn't get back in time for an early evening meeting. Another situation we discussed was where people have young children and no other parent or couldn't obtain a babysitter, in which case their choice is to bring the children to the meeting, a possibility but probably disruptive of the meeting. Another possibility is to abandon the children at home, a very unwise choice, and the most likely choice is just to bow out of the meeting, whereas the person could in fact participate over the phone if remote participation were adopted. Also, if there are children at home asleep, it's easy to participate on phone while being at home with the sleeping children, but not reasonable to leave the children alone. There's also the possibility that a committee member is sick and doesn't want to come to a meeting with a chance of infecting other committee members, or maybe is so sick that they want to stay home in bed and they could participate over the phone. And lastly, they might be out of state on business or vacation and want to be involved with the committee and is prepared to participate by phone but isn't going to come back from a vacation for one meeting. So I would like to urge the select board to adopt the section of the open meeting law permitting remote participation in meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please join us.
Legs. I have written at the top of my notes, be pithy, which means short. I am simply going to publicly express my own and other Pondville residents' are very, very strong objections to the proposed snow removal, landscape construction business at 6 Hill Street. Why? Among other reasons such as trucks, traffic, noise, lights, it's right in the middle of two long-established residential neighborhoods. In my opinion, and in our opinion, it would be well-suited for Shire Industrial Park, which was created in 2006 for this express purpose. In 2013, a bylaw change that was voted 61 to 16 at the Norfolk annual town meeting. It was actually, I think, the fall town meeting. The population in Norfolk expressed that in Pondville, as opposed to commercial development on Valley, Hill, and Old Pond, they clearly indicated expansion in the residential area. I'm here to express the feelings of our little ad hoc group called the Pondville Residents Committee, to express these feelings for your consideration and for the record. And to finish, as sort of the mother goose of Pondville, I've been there the longest. We've worked very hard since 2013, when all building went residential. And it's a wonderful feeling to think that the neighborhood that Jacob Pond created in 1730, and I've said this before publicly, has the chance to get back to a residential neighborhood once again. And by the way, we pay taxes too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Quaglieri. Welcome.
I'll put on my stopwatch.
You don't have to do that, it's okay.
So, Al Quaglieri, 194 Main Street in Norfolk. In 2018, the building inspector and the fire chief entered my building without my consent. They searched the basement of the building and subsequently fined a tenant of mine $300 and started a court action. That court action was withdrawn by the building inspector, and he was voted down at the Board of Appeals 5-0 that his actions weren't in the interest of protecting the zoning bylaws. Subsequent to that, I complained to the Board of Selectmen, and specifically to a former chair who is no longer a chair, and an email was written from Dave DeLuca at the town council, and he wrote this email to the chairman of the selectmen, who's no longer the chair, and he stated, thank you for your, he told the selectmen to state, thank you for your correspondence, and the Board of Selectmen will take this matter under advisement and then make it an agenda item at some point, much later in parentheses, with the other selectmen on board, unceremoniously dismiss the matter. I will give you a call. Thanks, DD. So that was done, exactly what the town council suggested, to broom the illegal entry of my building and the harassment of my tenant and under the rug. I came to you and had a meeting. You were nice enough to put me on the agenda. And one of the selectmen, it was with you three, one of the selectmen here stated that someone could view this as possibly a criminal trespass. I never took that any further. I subsequently, at some point, let me see when it was, July 23rd, I received an email from Blythe, and she said I have engaged an outside investigator and to investigate the 194 as well as 43 Walkwood and 81 Pond Street. And I would anticipate he would like to meet with you. I met with that investigator and extensively had conversations back and forth, followed it up with documents, had a post-investigation meeting, and then have been told nothing by the town since. I don't know if the investigation is complete, if there were any demands made on the building inspector for his actions. And I think transparency here to the victims of actions by this building inspector are a must. So I would like the selectmen to meet and discuss the investigator's report. I don't know if that has happened, but I wish that it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that report probably cost the townspeople somewhere around $10,000 or $15,000. So I believe it deserves a discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you for the extra 35 seconds.
Do we have anybody else for public comment this evening? Please join us.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, thanks for hearing me. My name's Timmery McKenzie. My husband and I own 81 Pond Street. We purchased 81 Pond Street in 2016 with the intention of putting a already ready-made 40-year established business, moving it from another town into this town. We pulled all of the necessary permits. We got an approved septic plan, gone through everything that needed to be done. The building department has put us through such hell that we have decided to purchase another building and not open our business in this town. He walked on our property without our permission, without our consent. He kept, with the F11 process, moving the goal line, making us feel that it was quite impossible to get our F11 passed. Also, my husband was parking his work vehicle in front of the building, and Mr. Bullock told him that that was a sign and that he was not allowed to park it there. And as a result of that, someone entered our property and stole ladders out of the back of our property because they were under the assumption that the building was abandoned. So I've written multiple letters to the town. I feel like this is unfair. I feel like this F11 process has to be a lot easier on people trying to bring business into this town. I feel like it's very unfortunate that a lovely town has such a horrible reputation for business. And I would just like to share that with you because I think it's hurting you instead of helping you. And unfortunately, I'm going to be quite happy to pay my taxes in a different town that's helped us instead of hurt us. I appreciate your time. Thank you
Understood.
very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have anybody else this evening for public comment period? Scanning twice. How are you doing tonight, Sue?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Sue Jacobson. I work for the town of Norfolk. And I just wanted to come and express my opinion on the fact that employees can be discussed. People can come in and say whatever they'd like to say publicly about employees. But we as employees are not really supposed to do the same. I think that if there is a problem with an employee or if a business is unhappy with an employee's behavior, that's certainly something that this board and our town administrator should investigate and look into. But I think in a private company, this would never be tolerated. And I think that we as employees should be treated with the same dignity and respect. Whereas if our supervisor or a resident is unhappy with us, it's handled here at Town Hall privately, and it's handled by the people directly. And I would just say that there are many employees in Town Hall right now. Maybe this will not help my career here at the town of Norfolk, but that feel very concerned to come before this board or to speak against anything because they fear retaliation. And I will end my time here by reading the last couple of lines from an email that the former town administrator sent. I will not say who the email is from because I don't think that should be done, but I will read the last couple of lines. And they are, as Arturo, my dad, with 2 bronze stars and a lifelong flat top would say, A, this person's last name, never holds a grudge. We just compete, win, and never give up. Your underlings and overlings would be wise to understand the person's name motto. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Anybody else for public comment period this evening? One scan, two scans. I'm showing no others. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughts and sharing tonight. Our next item, I'm sorry, excuse me, sir. Public comment period is over. We're on to listening to our superintendent discuss some of our projections for school enrollment. Please join us.
So thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to come and share some information with the board. We have worked collaboratively over the last 3 years with the town of Norfolk to try to evaluate the potential impact of growth on the school's capacity to provide appropriate educational spaces for our students. With the transition to a new town administrator and new board members, we wanted to share and make sure that everybody had the information of the work that's been done to date, and to share what we are recommending as what we feel is the most cost-effective, efficient solution to managing the enrollment growth. So we have several people here to present tonight. We're going to start with Dr. Don Kennedy. He is with the New England School Development Council and is the Senior Associate with the Project Planning and Management Group. NESDEC, one of the services that they provide to towns and communities is to do enrollment studies, to look at growth, home sales, birth rates, other factors, and to develop projections that help towns and schools plan appropriately. So Dr. Kennedy will present, and then after he presents, he can take any questions you have about enrollment, and then we'll go from there. Let me just get this presentation up for him.
Thank you very much. The group that I work for is a nonprofit that was started at the Harvard Graduate School of Education at the end of World War II, then separated from Harvard, but it's still a nonprofit. We have about 350, 400 affiliated members who get enrollment projections every year. So we do a lot of sets of them, similarly to what we've done for Norfolk. In the time that we have available, I'm going to skip some of my slides so we can get through quickly. This is looking backwards into the past 10 years. If you're going to project the future, you need to have the data from what the district has been doing before. So in order to project kindergarten, you need information about births. In order to project all the enrollments from there on, you need to have.
We want you to be able to project too.
Okay, thank you.
Good one.
You need to have 10 years worth of information from the past. Interestingly, looking 10 years back goes back to 2009, so that was the first year of the 2008 recession, and you'll see some negative numbers in here, which are the result of that recession, and then you see very similar numbers in a lot of other school districts. Then you can see more recently you've begun to have more pluses. There are some plus numbers in here. So the 1015 that went down into the 800s is now up to 900. So can we skip over slide 2 and go to slide 3? Now we're looking at the future, and so we're starting with the fall of 2019. These are the official October 1 enrollments that the school district has sent to the DESE, the school department folks who send you the state money and watch over carefully what you do with the money. So these are the official Department of Education numbers for your enrollment for this year. And then we've projected on into the future. And in doing that projection, there are a couple things I'd like to mention. The number of births is about the same as it's been over the last 10 years from the past. But as we look on into the future, we're seeing more people who are coming into town, maybe in some new housing, but but maybe in some turnover of housing. Now that the median prices are up as high as they are, and as high as they were before the 2008 recession, now that the prices have gone up to the height that they were before, you've got more people putting homes on the market as well, seniors who want to downsize or whatever. But there's no reason to hold back their properties from putting them on the market. And in fact, you're getting more robust real estate sales. I'll give the actual numbers up through the end of September to the superintendent, and she can pass them around. But we subscribe to a service that tracks those numbers. The projection that we made for the school district this year, which turned out to be the 916, our projection was within 15, so that's typically about how far of a variance would be created between the projection that NESDEC does and the actual enrollment. We would usually come within 1%. In this case, it's about 2 students per grade. That's how far we were off. So we think we have good information from the historical past, and we're carrying that forward into the future. You may be interested to see a chart a little further that will show you how many move-ins after the birth year you're now getting that you weren't getting right after the 2008 recession. But in the last 3 years, when you go from, and this is how we do the projection methodology, when we go from births to kindergarten, for every 100 births, your ratio now is to have about 140 show up in, or 1.4 times whatever the birth number was. You're getting move-ins before the first grade. Then in the first grade, you get right now in the last 3 years 4% rise from the previous year's kindergartners to the first grade. You're getting an additional 4%, and another 3% in the third grade. For some reason, second grade and sixth grade are flat, or have recently been flat, but 3% more in the third grade, 2% in the fourth grade, and 1% in the fifth grade. So projecting those numbers on into the future give you the 309 that we're estimating you will have within 10 years. We have found that the accuracy is much greater in the first 3 to 5 years. So if you look from the 915 that exists right now on the 1st of October, and you look in those first 3 or 4 years, the plus 49, plus 43, plus 31, plus 51, we're pretty confident that those numbers are going to be realized, that they will really happen. When you're looking farther into the future, we can't know, obviously, what the economic situation is going to be worldwide and in the United States. So what will happen 6 to 10 years out is a good estimate based on the data we have now, but I wouldn't necessarily take that to the bank. I would take to the bank the projection that's 1, 2, 3 years in the future, but you've got a pretty consistent growth. Want to skip the next slide? And in this slide, you see once the 2008 recession occurred, you had a downturn. Then in the last 5 years, you had the rise that I talked about with additional kindergartners moving in. And this is what's projected on into the future. And at least this much of the future looks pretty solid. Next slide. This is what you were getting during the 2008 recession, where you'd get just about the same number of kindergartners who had been born in Norfolk 5 years before, and the tracking was pretty much similar. But what's happened in the last 5 to 7 years is all these additional net move-ins. So you get, for this number of births, about 75 births. This year you got 125 kindergartners 5 years later. So in between the birth year and the kindergarten year, those additional children had moved in. Next slide. This is additional information that I think we should skip over, but obviously we have to keep track of homeschooled students, charter and magnet schools, choiced in, choiced out, special education outplacements, and the children who go to non-public schools. So all those are considered, but there isn't time to talk about them right now. Next slide. Richard McCarthy was very helpful to us, your town planner. We wanted to see from his records, rather than from HUD's records, how many permits there had been for new dwelling units since the 2010 census. And he was helpful with that and gave us some special information. Next slide.
John, can I just mention, since the time that Richard gave that data to you, which was a week ago, we had 3 new permits issued in 2019, and
Okay.
currently that's now 16. So I
Okay.
have the additional information. So
Okay.
just in a week, that jumped by 13.
Okay, thanks. These are the mostly constructed or under construction homes that are taking place as projects now. These are the total number of units. Of those, this is the number of units that are 40Bs. This is over 55. These are all ownership projects. I'm sure you've heard lots of discussions about these. The last 3 here are projects that have been talked about and fought over, but are in review and in litigation, and we don't project numbers into the future until we know that something's really going to be built. So we knew about these, but we didn't make any assumption that those will happen. They may happen, they may not happen. They may happen 3, 4, 5, 10 years from now, so who knows? So, but we didn't make any assumptions about these being built. So those are all my slides. The data I'll give to the superintendent has the median prices for single-family homes and condos, and the numbers sold through the whole year, and there's a separate chart that shows through how many were sold through September, so you can compare the 2019 numbers through September with the 2019, 2018, 17, 16, whatever you want, through September as well, to see that you're actually running ahead in sales of what you've been doing before. So the trend seems to be continuing, at least for the moment, and the real estate market is holding. So that's it for me, and I'll answer any questions that you want. I realize
Great.
this is a quickie.
Any questions the board has regarding projected enrollments for Don?
Chris?
Nope, I'm all set.
Nothing from my end either. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, Thomas Doyle, our school committee chair, and Medora Champagne, who comprise the school construction subcommittee, are going to join me, and I guess they have to sit over there, and I'll work the projector from here. And we will be sharing with you an overview of the work that the Space Study Committee has done to look at what we have available for current space, what the needs are going to be going forward, and then we also looked at what would be potential options for the town in order to accommodate that growth. So, just get this into. Okay. All right, so again, just the historical context. Over the past 5 years, we have seen an increase in growth and development in Norfolk. There's a number of Chapter 40B projects that are either under construction or in various states of approval with the town. School committee members, town residents, parents, staff have all expressed continued concerns about how we're going to manage to accommodate that growth as it comes. It is definitely one of the top priorities. Whenever we send out parent surveys, regardless of what the survey's about, whether it's about our SEL program or our English language arts curriculum, we always get written in comments coming back to us about what are you going to do about all the growth in town. So that's just some samples. We did a strategic planning survey that we sent out to the community to help us set our goals for our new strategic plan. We didn't ask any comments about enrollment, any questions about enrollment or space, but we did have parents write in things like, I believe that planning and improving facilities to meet expanding enrollments is going to be the biggest challenge the town faces in the next 4 to 6 years. And again, how are we going to accommodate all the new students? So what we did in response to that was back in April of 2017, we formed a space study committee, and it was a partnership between the schools and the town. On that committee, we had Jack Hathaway, the town administrator, myself, Linda Balfour, the HL Day school principal, who's also here tonight, Todd Hassett, our business consultant, Matt Hafner, our facilities director, Bob Billick, the building inspector, and Ann Proto was able to join some of our meetings as well from the rec department. This committee really had 2 different tasks. The first was to try to solicit some concrete data that would help us really assess what the new growth would translate to in terms of enrollment. So that's when we reached out to NESDEC. They've been giving us updated enrollment projections. As Don said, the projections have been very close to what we're seeing in terms of real enrollment. And then the second task the committee had was to look at all the potential solutions that we might have to accommodate that new enrollment. And we wanted to look at what would be the most cost-effective for the town and what would be the most efficient way to proceed, while we are also concerned with being able to maintain high-quality programs and to keep the educational system in Norfolk competitive. So this is just an outline of our current building status. So at the HL of Day School, we are already currently at capacity. We don't have any open classrooms. Last year, we had to convert our teachers' workroom, where we had copiers and printers, into a classroom. So that was converted to an instructional space for specialized programming. If we have to add additional classrooms in the future to accommodate new kindergarten growth, and one of the things that Don didn't mention, but one of the data points that I had sent, we have had a wait list for preschool for the past few years. 2 years ago, we had 13 families on that wait list. We now have 49 families on the wait list, which means that our kindergarten numbers are very likely to grow next year because those kids that are not in our school that are kindergarten eligible will be joining the schools when they turn 5 to enroll in kindergarten. So if we had to add any additional classrooms at H. Olive Day next year, we will have to lose the art room, the music room, or our computer maker space in order to accommodate that new growth. We just don't have anywhere else to house those students. Obviously, when you lose the art room or the music room, it changes the curriculum. We would have to have art delivered on a cart where the art teacher would have to travel from room to room, but you can't do the same kinds of projects when you have to move your materials and run from class to class. So it does change the curriculum. And again, losing those 3 spaces would impact the programs significantly. And it would also be only a temporary solution, because even if we take all those 3 rooms, it only gives us 3 rooms. That's not going to meet the town's demand for long-term growth. At the Freeman Kennedy School currently, so the Freeman Kennedy School, we have 27 classrooms that are available for general education programs. We do have designated office spaces in the buildings for our therapists and for some of our special education programming. Currently at Freeman Kennedy, we have 1 open space that would be available for expansion. We use that open classroom this year for professional development and for training of staff, but we do have 1 open classroom. In order to accommodate any growth in the town beyond that 1 classroom, We would also, at the Freeman Kennedy, lose our science lab, art and music rooms, and computer maker space. Those are the only spaces that would be available to transition to classrooms. Several of those spaces, in order to repurpose them, it would cost the town some funding for renovation. Our science lab, we have sinks at every desk station. You'd have to remove that. You'd have to renovate the space in order to transition it to a regular ed classroom. And again, the loss of those spaces would significantly impact our science, technology, and engineering curriculum, as well as all of our programming and instruction in the arts. Again, we would be concerned that that would severely diminish Norfolk's competitiveness in the education market. This is just to highlight, again, when you look at what we need to do to prepare kids for 21st century education, you may have heard the quote before, but we're currently preparing kids for jobs that don't yet exist, using technologies that haven't been invented in order to solve problems we don't even know are problems yet. When you look at the research and what experts are predicting, a lot of the jobs that exist today are going to be automated. They're not going to be available. And the jobs that are going to be critical in the future really do rely on that creative work. So there'll be jobs in design, research, development, things that are looking for skills in creative thinking, collaboration, communication, all of that supported by our technology curriculum as well as our arts programs. This just shows changes in enrollment. So as Dawn mentioned earlier, we have seen growth. We've had about 20 additional students each year over the last 5 years. We're up by about 100 students. When we started back in 2017, we had 4 open classrooms at the Freeman Kennedy. Last year we had 3. This year we have 1. Our current enrollment in class sizes, this just gives you our overall number, but if you look, you can see that at every single grade level from K to 6, we are over our class size target that's established by the school committee policy. We are not at the max, but we are over the target. We also, every January, provide the school committee with a report. It's a benchmark and baselines report. The Department of Education identifies communities that are similar demographically, organizationally. So a lot of these districts have K-8 systems that feed a regional school system. So those are our comparison districts. We compare ourselves in terms of our student achievement, our enrollment, our per pupil spending to this comparison group. When you look at our class sizes, in 2015-16, we were at the bottom end of having lower class sizes, lower student-teacher ratios. That went up in 16 to 17. We were closer to the middle of the pack. 17 and 18 were even closer to the top. So if you look in 16-17, both Rentham and Plainville had smaller class sizes than Norfolk. Plainville has smaller class sizes in 17 and 18 than Norfolk. Rentham went up a little bit. But most of our comparison communities are trying to keep their class size targets at 18 to 19 students. So we're starting to grow in relation to those communities. Again, with our current school capacity, there are some significant community needs that aren't being addressed. So we have 49 families on the wait list for preschool. There are not a lot of other options in Norfolk for preschool programming. We have 2 other private programs. They're at capacity, so these families are struggling to access early childhood care and education. In addition, our pre-K programs for students that are typically developing students are tuition-based. So if we were to expand, there's tuition revenue that comes in with that to offset the costs in terms of staffing, but we don't have the space to expand. So we also have 21 families currently on the wait list for before and after school care. That's also a community shortage. The only other area that most of our families access for after school care or before care is the Adirondack Club. But there's many, many families that struggle to find appropriate care. That's a totally self-funding program. So we would be able to, if we had the appropriate space, we could expand that to meet the community need at no cost. We have had some questions about why we run a preschool program. So this is just a slide to provide you with some background. We are required by law to provide educational programming for students as of their 3rd birthday for students who have disabilities. In addition, we're required to provide that programming in an integrated classroom setting. So we have to have tuition-based, typically developing peers in our programs to meet the federal and state guidelines. And that's just, if you want further information, there's links there. So knowing that we are limited in space, and we have, as Don mentioned, we're expecting over 300 students in the next 10 years. If you think of class sizes of 20, that's about 15 classroom spaces we don't have. The Space Study Committee tried to look at all the potential options the town could consider in order to meet that enrollment growth. The first option we looked at was potentially expanding the H. Olive Day School. That option was determined not to be feasible for a number of reasons. The first is that all of our building systems at the H. Olive Day currently, so the septic, electric, HVAC, are operating at their maximum capacity, and they're also aging. So it would be expensive in order to expand. We'd have to replace and upgrade all of those building systems. There's also no space on the footprint of the existing building where we could expand and still accommodate play areas for students and parking. So there's just really no way to grow without seeking a variance from the town or accessing part of the Kunde Forest in order to expand. Also, if we did any renovations, it would trigger a responsibility for us to upgrade all of the building structures and features to meet the current ADA and building codes, which would be very expensive. And then expanding the H. Olive Day only resolves the space issue of accommodating new enrollment at the pre-K to 2 level. It still leaves us with a space crunch at the upper grades as the new enrollment comes forward. We've looked into, and I'm sure you've heard in other districts that are struggling with this challenge, some districts choose to rent portable classrooms or lease mobile classrooms. We looked at that option. The committee decided that really wasn't a fiscally prudent course of action, and it didn't provide a safe and secure environment for students. So the portable classrooms, if we went that route, they would be standalone units. So portable classrooms of 6 classrooms at each site. They would not be connected to the larger school buildings. To try to bridge those is another additional cost. The estimated cost for just the site work alone, which would be you'd have to get septic, electric, technology, and water out to those buildings, is about $1.6 million, so $800,000 per site. Then to acquire the 6 additional classrooms for each school, the rental cost would be $907,000 for a 5-year lease, with the total project cost for mobile classrooms being $2,507,000, and that just gives you a 5-year solution. At the end of that, you don't own any of the units that you purchased. You've leased them, so you'd have to renew that cost to expand. Additionally, there's really some significant safety concerns if we put kids out in a unit that's not connected, in terms of if you ever had a critical incident at school, you can't lock those down the way you can lock down a school. You can't relocate kids to a central area that's not surrounded by windows. There's a communication concern because it's separate from the building if you had a power outage. So there's safety concerns that the committee, and I feel strongly about that, it's not a great solution for kids. We looked at the idea of a new construction option, so purchasing or building a new site where we could house our special education offices and create an early childhood center. That solution also only offers a partial solution to the growth challenge. So it would create some capacity to absorb increasing enrollment at H. Olive Day by relocating our preschool to another building and moving our special education offices, but it doesn't solve the limited space issue at Freeman Kennedy. It would be costly to build this new structure because it would require a play area, kitchen, at least 7 classrooms, and for our pre-K classrooms we have bathrooms in all of those because many of our pre-K kids are toilet training. It would also be, we'd need a nurse's station and a main office entrance area so we could screen visitors and people entering the building. But that option also creates an ongoing cost for the town because we'd need additional staffing. You'd have to have a nurse at that building, you'd have to have building secretaries, and you'd also need a building administrator. And it causes a real challenge for families in terms of picking up and dropping off students. Then you're talking about 3 different sites. So what we felt as a committee was the best option was to consider expanding the Freeman Kennedy School. So the Freeman Kennedy School, when it was, after it was designed, was submitted and selected by MSBA to be part of their model school program. And in order to be eligible, the design has to be flexible and have options for expansion or modification of space. The expansion plan for Freeman Kennedy included the option of adding a connecting wing between the 2 back wings that kind of extend behind the school. Through the addition of a connecting wing, we would be able to create a separate early childhood center on the 1st floor. So we would move all of our pre-K programs to the 1st floor and our special education offices to that floor as well. So to be an early childhood wing. and that would give us an additional 7 classrooms upstairs that would be part of the Freeman Kennedy. Those 2 would be separate from each other, so the pre-K program would not have access to the broader building. Moving the preschool and the special education offices does create an additional 7 open spaces at each Olive Day, 5 of which are classrooms, and then there's several office spaces. But with some adjustments and shifts, we could create at least probably 6 open classrooms there, because we could have the option of relocating the server room and the head end room into the new building when we had space to accommodate that. So additionally, the current system capacity at Freeman Kennedy is designed to be able to absorb another 250 students. So that's your septic, electric, and other major systems. Moving the preschool, one of the reasons that's a positive option is our preschool students don't eat lunch at school, and they also don't, programmatically, they're not required to access specials like art, music, and our library program. So that moving that program doesn't place an additional strain on those resources at Freeman Kennedy. Also, the roadway, if you're looking at the Freeman Kennedy building, there's a roadway that goes around the back of the school. You could move the tail end of that to build a parking area and have a separate drop-off and pick-up for the preschool program. Also, the second floor addition would create a new space for our computer makerspace lab so that we can move that upstairs, and that space could be rededicated to the SAC program to give them the opportunity to expand and accommodate more childcare needs. So we felt that this was the most cost-effective and efficient solution because it allows the town to provide a safe, secure learning environment for all of our students. It's a single building project, but it would resolve space issues at both of our buildings, so both at the lower primary grade levels as well as the upper grade levels. This kind of addition would create sufficient educational space for the town to accommodate growth for the foreseeable future, so looking out that 10-year projection. And it also doesn't create a need for additional secretarial, nursing or office staff. So our special education secretaries would run the office at the preschool and would manage the entrance to the building. The special education director could serve as the building administrator for that program. And the nursing staff from FK could provide emergency services if needed to a preschool student. Additional benefits to the town of Norfolk. So when we were looking at this and talking about this collaboratively with the town, we discussed that expanding the Freeman would provide us an opportunity to add a shower area in the back where there's some storage, and Bill's going to show you the plan in a minute. But that would allow the town to have a true emergency shelter, which has been a need for a number of years. We already have kitchen facilities at FK, but we don't have a shower. But we could add that in the expansion. It would also create some additional space for the Department of Rec to expand their programming and to have other places that they could access for evening trainings or for workshops. So this is just a snapshot of the preliminary design. So at the fall town meeting in November 17, the town appropriated funding for the schools to contract with an architectural firm to do some conceptual designs. What we were interested in achieving with that conceptual design plan was to determine whether we could fit enough classroom space in that addition that it would accommodate the needs at both buildings. So we wanted to see if it was feasible, and we also wanted to be able to get some preliminary cost estimates. So we hired Flansburgh Architects to complete the work, and we do have a preliminary conceptual design plan. It was shared with the school committee in the town in October of 2018, but Bill Beatrice from Flansburgh Architects is here tonight, so he will also share that with you and answer any questions you may have. Potential funding sources. So in the past, MSBA has not participated in projects for addition and expansion. They do now, and we had a conference call, was it Monday, Blythe? Or no, it was last week, Tuesday, with MSBA. They now consider participating in projects with districts where they will share the cost of the addition if we can substantiate that the project will prevent the risk for severe overcrowding. I think with the NESDEC projections that we are able to do that, as well as with our current space crisis at the H. Olive Day. When MSA has participated with the district in the past, their reimbursement rate for the cost of the project for the Freeman Kennedy School was 53%. There's a lot of benefits of partnering with MSBA. And for those who don't know, MSBA is the Mass School Building Authority. They do have a strong reputation statewide of ensuring that projects are completed on time and under budget. They do provide expertise and support and oversight throughout the process to ensure improved coordination for the design, construction, and through to occupancy. They've funded almost $14 billion of school construction projects across the state, and it tends to save towns significant dollars in construction costs. So the Freeman Kennedy School building, again, MSBA participated in 53.16% reimbursement rate to the town. The Freeman Kennedy School did open on time, and it was $946,605 under budget. That's funds that we were able to return to the town to use for a like project a couple years ago. Our H. Olive Day roof replacement, the substantial completion for that project was achieved by the contract deadline, and substantial completion was achieved prior to school opening. We're estimating at this time, we haven't had final close yet, but that project will be a minimum of $200,000 under budget that we'll be able to return as well. The process for MSBA, towns and districts that are interested in applying, there's an open enrollment or application period for their core program that opens in April. They consider a lot of factors in reviewing applications, and they often will come back and ask for additional information or send a team of architects and engineers to evaluate the project and look at the design plans. It can take 8 to 10 weeks before decisions are made. If they decide positively, then they invite the district to participate and to partner. Once approved, we then move forward with requesting funding for the town for a feasibility study in the full schematic design portion of the project. Once that's approved by MSBA, we can then move forward with bidding that project out and voting to approve funding for construction. Any questions about this portion? And we can also come back to them at the end if you want to hear from Bill. Bill Beatrice is here from Flansburgh Architects, and he is going to share with you the preliminary conceptual design work that they did for MSBA, that they did for the town.
You want to save questions for the end and just go through the rest of the presentation?
Wait to the end.
Yep.
Thank you. I don't know if I could have done it any better than that. I'm tempted just to let you keep rolling, but.
Hold on, I got to see if I can get out of this and open yours.
Ingrid?
Yes.
I don't want to stand in front of
I
you
have
guys.
all
Is
over
this
the
okay if
microphone.
I stand here, or
Good job.
should I? Actually, I can stand over here.
You can turn your back to me if you need to. I will not take offense. Come over wherever you need to. Yeah, Thomas will.
Okay. So as Ingrid mentioned, she did reach out to us to take a look at the Freeman Kennedy School to see how we could expand it to meet their growing needs. So last year we had several meetings with Ingrid and her staff to develop a program. Next slide. And so the program was some basic academic programming and some classroom spaces, special ed, administration, some nurse, a nurse's suite, and some miscellaneous storage, all totaled up after several meetings and go-arounds with the staff to 29,900 square feet. Now, how does that lay out in the Freeman Kennedy School? Just as Ingrid said, our concept was to connect the two wings of the existing school with a bank of classrooms and suites to kind of really what you're creating now is a true courtyard at the Freeman Centennial School. Now it's open to one side, but now we're creating a true courtyard. On the first floor, there's several pre-K classrooms, administration suite, OT-PT room, some storage spaces. Next slide.
Yep. And the administrator's suite, as I mentioned earlier, would be the special education department offices, a conference room for team meetings to be held, things like that.
Yeah, I think next one is a blow-up of this admin suite, just to kind of see how it lays out. As Ingrid mentioned, you know, it have the new wing would have its own entrance, be kind of a locking vestibule where visitors would come in, you know, get buzzed in again to the reception area, and then if they had to go into the school proper, they'd have to get buzzed in again. So it's a three-tier process to get into the school proper. Admin suite right near the main entrance, office spaces, conference room, sped spaces, some teacher workroom, all right at the front of the new addition, with visibility out to the new pickup, drop-off, and the play area that you'll see in the next few slides. So on the second floor, again, we're just connecting those two wings that we have, and the front of that is just a bank of classrooms, general purpose classrooms, some teacher planning spaces, kind of a collaborative project space that can be accessed by the innovation lab and the teacher planning.
And that would be, that innovation lab would be, allow us to move our current makerspace up and create that additional space for the SAC program.
And then looking at the site plan, the existing road that loops around the building now, as Ingrid mentioned, could kind of peel away from the building to open up this area for some playground. That would be, you know, adjacent to the new wing, to a small play area. We could create some parking along this section as well. And then your pickup and your drop-off would be near the front entrance there. And so we did reach out to our cost estimator. Gave these plans to our cost estimator. We're currently tracking $12,945,463. I would stress that that is total construction cost only, does not include soft costs. They typically range 25 to 35% on top of that. Again, this is preliminary pricing. There's still a lot of unknowns. Don't know the furniture equipment, the technology needs for this school yet. So, I mean, but at this juncture, preliminary costing is about $12.9 million. In a nutshell, that's the plan that was developed. I don't know. Any questions?
CC, any questions?
No.
Chris?
No.
No questions on design. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. Additionally, we have Todd Hassett, our school business consultant, and Todd Lindmark, who are going to share some potential funding scenarios for the town and give you a glimpse of what that could look like as a cost to the individual taxpayer based on MSBA participation, or if the town were to pursue without MSBA funding. Next.
Thank you. So we recognize the scope of the project we're discussing with you tonight certainly could not be financed within the town's levy limit, and this would need to go to the voters, of course. So Todd and I put together, with the assistance of the town's financial advisor, a 6-page exhibit for you, just to give sort of frame for the board some potential impact of this project with and without state assistance. So I believe you have a 6-page exhibit. The first 4 pages are portrait, and this shows a $10 million town-financed project being financed over 25 years and alternately over up to 30 years, which we're allowed to do. We've added to what the advisor gave us the impact to the town's tax rate based on the FY19 assessed valuations and the impact annually to the average single-family home in Norfolk, as of the 19 valuations, just to give you a framework. And we've also shown $20 million, which would assume no state participation. As Ingrid said, given the needs, we believe and we will pursue participation from the MSBA, but we thought it was important for you to see what the difference is, assuming a 50% participation. We've used what we believe are conservative numbers. We've sort of gone on the high side. This assumes 3.5% interest on the 25-year bonds, 4% on the 30-year bonds. What's probably more interesting is if you look at the 2 landscape exhibits at the back, this shows you the impact of both the 10-year and the 10 million, and the 20 million options as it relates to the existing excluded debt that we currently are carrying and paying for. So currently, we're still paying for the library, which will mature in fiscal '22. The design, library construction matures in 2023. Good news, this summer, Todd was able to refinance and refund the Freeman School bonds, and that's going to yield a savings to the taxpayers of about $150,000 a year for the next 12 years. So it's in the magnitude of $1.8 million of savings over the existing original bonds that were issued back in 2011. In addition, we have our share of the King Philip debt exclusions for their two buildings, and that matures in 2026. So we thought it was important to sort of fold in for you how adding this project, voter-approved project, to the existing debt burden, what that would look like in terms of annual cost. And so we're proposing, if this were to move forward, that there would be about 3 years of temporary or bond anticipation notes issued with interest-only expense. So that would carry us through 2023. And then starting in '24, the town would permanently finance the project. And in this way, we're trying to keep the overall impact to the taxpayer at a similar level to what it is currently. And as you see, when we look at certainly the $20 million option, then that starts to pop some real concerns for about 3 or 4 years, where the cost, if we're bearing the full burden of the project, that would be a bit of an increase for the taxpayers in '23 through '26, and I think I highlighted that in orange for you. So we thought it was important to just give you a sense of what the impact of this project might be with and without state assistance. Again, we're certainly happy to take any questions that you might have.
Questions?
Not at this time.
Susie?
I was looking for my orange, but
Thank
other than
you.
that-
I'm afraid we
It
gave
isn't
you in
orange
black
because I
and white.
gave
so
them
sorry.
my copy,
There
so
is
I
no-
apologize.
A page. No, I'm just kidding. I'm like, am I missing
We
a
were
page?
saving color printing.
Every place we can.
I
Yes,
do
that's
actually
right,
appreciate it though. Do you want to see?
It is.
So if there's any other general questions, we're happy to answer them, or the school committee is happy to answer any.
Questions, Chris?
No, not this time.
Cece? Being the data nerd that I am,
Yeah.
I would ask if it's possible to append the enrollment projections by grade grid with the actual numbers for the previous 5 years, just so I could see how that's been trending from an actualized standpoint.
Yeah.
It starts at 2018 on that list and goes with the projections there down. So that'd be helpful for me to see from my perspective.
Yeah, I can estimate.
MSBA funding, it said in the packet that the submission deadline is in April-ish.
Yes, so we would have to come back before the board at a later point, because in order to apply to MSBA, the board would have to vote to approve that, because that has to be signed by the school committee as well as the Board of Selectmen to enter the application. That doesn't commit you to the project, but you can't apply without both boards.
And then what does the timeline look like thereafter in terms of approval and then your timeline to approve the
So
project?
we would apply in April, that's when the application opens for the core program. It can take 8 to 10 weeks for them to review those applications, and then they vote at a board meeting once they feel the application's ready to whether to approve the program or not. Sometimes they will send out a team to actually look at the site, to have some engineers look at the feasibility. Sometimes they'll ask for additional documentation. So some projects move forward faster than others. It depends on when they feel that the application's viable and ready. And then it would go to the next board meeting to vote.
Very good. Thank you.
If I can just add to that, I've had experience with this in my previous community where they were lucky to get invited in, and because it's quite competitive. But I think Ingrid and her team have made a good argument about why overcrowdings can become something that we can't avoid and that I was interested to learn that's the second highest priority for what projects MSBA funds. In my previous community, as Ingrid said, April, the statement of interest is due and signed by both boards. It took till approximately August to get that answer. They did a field visit in between, and that worked out well in terms of timing for them or us to put a request for funds on the fall town meeting a year from now if we were invited, and be able to start to work through their process to go through the modules that they require. I also want to point out that in an ideal world, the need for the school would line up very nicely with the timing of debt coming off, because we've talked a lot about wanting to try and keep that impact to residents level. Don't think from everything I've learned that that's as possible as I'd like it to be. But I think it's going to be important to have the conversation about MSBA, non-MSBA timing of all of that, so we can make the decisions that are best for the school's everyday, environment for kids and financially feasible for everyone who contributes to the cost.
And clearly, I think in the financial projections, if we can secure funding from MSBA, the impact of the taxpayer is much more cost neutral than if we're fully funded. And just in terms of timeline, I did run a couple of scenarios. If we were to apply to MSBA in April 2020, and then we're invited to participate, around November, we'd be looking, because you have to vote at town meeting, we'd be looking to fund the schematic design feasibility portion of the project. Then we have to have that schematic design approved by MSBA, and then we would have to move forward with a ballot vote as well as a town meeting vote for full funding. So if we did that in May, we'd hope to start construction in June 2021. The estimate, Bill, was about a year for construction.
Yes.
So we would hope to open in September 2022. If we did that for the year 2021, based on the enrollment projections, we would lose two of our spaces, the art room and the music room. We're going to need most likely 2 additional classrooms. That's supported by the enrollment projections, but also by the pre-K wait list. So we will be probably losing 2 spaces at each of day next year. 2021-22, we're going to need a 3rd additional classroom. So for 2 years, we will probably not have an art, music, or computer room. If we open in 2023, then we can restore those spaces. In 2023, we expect 2 additional classrooms at each all day. So at that time, if we need to add 2 classrooms, we don't have anywhere. We'll have already used the art, music, and the computer lab. There is no other spaces. So we'd have to look at relocating programs or mobile classrooms if we went beyond that.
Right.
The scenario for Freeman's a little bit better. As I said, we have 1 open space. The enrollment growth is predicted to be slower at the upper grades. But if we delay, we could manage delaying year at Freeman where we can't at Age Olive Day. But by 2023, 24, we're going to need 2 additional classrooms beyond what we have at FK as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
Any other questions?
Could I pipe in really quickly? Sure. Just because Ingrid's being super diplomatic and not mentioning it. The loss of the computer labs, which is something that I think is unequivocally going to happen for at least a period of time. It sounds, even to me, having gone through elementary school with maybe an Apple IIe at some point, but nothing like what my kids have access to now. It's meaningful insofar as those kids leave HOD in the subsequent year, they take the MCAS on a computer. They are being tested by the state on computers. We are being judged by the state relative to scores achieved on computers. People looking to move into this town are looking at MCAS scores. If the children don't have appropriate facility with the use of a computer and the ability to test on a computer, you're going to run into issues with dips in scores that are just going to be compounded by large class sizes and the fact that we don't have access to the technology that we need. So I feel a sense of urgency about that, despite the fact that, honestly, my children will have moved through by the time most of the space issues will be arising. But it's a very important thing. It's not a meaningless loss to lose the technology room, even for a short period of time.
And I feel the same with the arts and the music. And again, when you look
Absolutely.
at when you look at the jobs that we're trying to prepare kids for, those skills are as critical as any academic preparation at this point. when you look at what's happening in terms of the automation of jobs and what the market shifts are going to be. So it is really important.
Oh, as a parent of a second grader just asked for a Google Chromebook for Christmas, I fully understand the impact, yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Chris, Cece? Anything else to talk about? Ingrid, Thomas, Medora, thank you so much for the detail, the thoroughness. It was fantastic. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
I do also have, if you are interested, I just brought a comparison for pupil costs to those comparison communities, just so that, in case you're interested of where we fall in terms of our funding.
Absolutely. Thank you. Did you have a question? Oh, go right ahead.
Great.
Thank you. Ed Haddad. First of all, I'd like to commend you on the reports that you did. They were really impressive. Very, very well done. Thank you for that. So I have two questions, though. I guess when I looked at Dr. Kennedy's numbers, over the next 3 years, you got over 120 students coming into HOD. You talked about 2 or 3 classrooms at maximum. How do you accommodate 120 students over the next 3 years, which, again, like I said, his numbers are there. So
Yeah.
I guess I could ask you that. And then
That is the problem.
yeah. Well,
So
can I ask you the second question, then you can ask it all? I guess I don't understand the issue of pre-K. I understand the disability requirement that the state has. So are you saying that 7 classrooms are needed for disability students that
Right
you're
now we have 5.
projecting in the?
That's what we're projecting with growth. Right
Really?
now we have 5. And again, the classrooms, well, we're required to provide the programming for students with disabilities, but we're required to provide it in an integrated setting, meaning we can't have a program that's just students with disabilities. So we have to have a 60-40 ratio of typically developing peers in that classroom. So we have 5 pre-K programs right now. If the growth continues at the pace, we're expecting we're going to need 7 to accommodate those students with special educational needs.
Do people pay for that program?
The students with disabilities that are eligible for the program, that's free.
Right.
The other typical peers do pay tuition, and that helps to offset some of the costs of staffing, but not all.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Could you ask me about the HOD
Yes.
issue?
So what we'll have to do, you're right, the enrollment's going to be quick. If we were to be able to move forward with the building project, voting for the feasibility portion in April, and then moving forward with the initial timeline, then we will lose those 3 classroom spaces that first year, and then the new addition would open that 3rd year where the rest of the kids are coming in. If we have to delay it, we will have probably 40 kids, 2 classrooms that we have nowhere to locate. So we're really hoping we can move the project forward this year on that timeline. After that, we don't have space to accommodate that growth. Thank you. You're welcome.
Chris?
Chris Henry, 30 Boardman. My question was about the MSBA. You had said that they're presently considering doing the additions versus in the past they've done strictly full buildings. Have they done any additions as of yet?
They have, and let me clarify that. In the past, MSBA, when they've done building projects, they only allow towns to build for the current enrollment. They don't allow you to build for future growth.
Project.
So when the Freeman was originally built, you couldn't have done that addition. It would have been totally borne by the town. So now MSBA will consider, if you are at risk for having substantial overcrowding, they will fund, and they consider an addition part of their core program. So they will review those applications and consider them. And they have, as MSBA has priority statements of how projects are moved forward through their process. Their second highest priority is to respond to severe overcrowding in schools. So I think we have a good chance.
That threshold of the severe?
If we don't address the project this year, we will have severe overcrowding. We won't have a place to accommodate the kindergarten enrollment. And as Don said, we're expecting with a lot of the new development, families move in with young children. So often toddlers, you may not see it in the first year, but it tends to hit kindergarten and first. You know what I mean? Young families come in. So we're going to see the bulk of the growth at the HL day for the first few years. Then as that rolls up through the system, it will impact Freeman Kennedy.
Okay. Has Is the gentleman who did the statistics, has he left?
I believe he did, but if you have a question, I'm happy to get a response for you.
My only question was relative to the statistics in percentage of children that become school age relative to a comparison of single family versus, say, age restricted. What would be is there a greater impact? Is there a way to translate out what that difference is?
I can certainly ask him. I know that what we've seen in terms of trends in schools is even if the town does an age-restricted development project, we find that a lot of residents of the town whose kids have moved out or who are older who don't need to maintain the home will move there, and then that house turns over with young families. So
That's
we do
what I'm
still see, but it's not as dramatic an impact.
Well, and that's all I was trying to pull out is like, what is that differential?
Yeah, I can check with Don. I mean, the NESDEC does, this is one of the primary things they do with schools and communities for planning purposes, and their data department has a lot of experience. So I can certainly get that. He tends to have all those ratios in his head, but I can get that for you.
Great, perfect, thank you.
I'll check with you after if you want to give me an email so I can get
Thank
the
you.
information.
Any other questions? Seeing none. All right, thank you once again. Have a great
Thank you
evening.
very much. Did you want the information from Don in terms of home sales?
Sure.
Okay, I can get that to you
Thank you.
through Blythe. Is that all I need? Thank you.
All right.
Opening.
Moving on to our next item this evening, to please consider approval of the Green Community Energy Reduction.
Subtle.
Very subtle.
Thank you. That's why I'm here.
Our next item is to please consider
Actually,
approval of the Green Community Energy Reduction Plan for the town of Norfolk.
So I would like to invite up Larry Sullivan and Andy Bakanowski. They have been the backbone of getting all this ready for a.
You maybe shut the door so that we could hear. Thank you.
They are the key to why we are bringing forward the energy reduction plan. It's one of the criteria that's required by the Green Communities Program. The application for the full application is due to the state on November 22nd, and we are very well on track to do that. One of the things that the grant requires is that the board specifically approve the energy reduction plan. So you saw a copy of this a few weeks back when we were working on it. They've further refined it along with the support we received from MAPC, and we had a great call with the state today to go over some of these details. I would say they were complimentary overall of the work done so far. So I don't want to steal any of their thunder. They're here to answer your questions and walk you through some of the high points, and we can get into as much detail or as little as you would like.
Gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Do you want to take us through a high-level overview?
I'm going to turn over to Larry, and the one reason why, because I was stuck in the backwoods of Ashburnham today and couldn't be on the call because I didn't have cell service. So I'm going to let Larry
Well, let me,
run the show.
maybe I could back up just a little bit to kind of frame everything as far as what we've done as a community to get where we are today, okay? Because it's been 2 years to get to this point. You probably realize and have heard that there are 5 criteria that we need to satisfy in order to be designated as a green community. Criteria 1, 2, 4, and 5 are done. Criterion 3 is the one that we're working on now, and it's the last leg on the stool, so to speak. Criteria 3 involves development of an energy baseline for the town, and then an energy reduction plan that will commit to reducing the energy consumption by 20% over the next 5 years. We put an RFQ together and went out for bids for an audit, and we awarded that contract to EMA Boston. And they evaluated and they did an audit of all the public facilities within the town. And that formed the basis of our path forward from an energy conservation standpoint. MAPC, the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, is an agency that the town of Norfolk has a contract with to support our effort to become a green community. And they've been very helpful. And they took the lead in preparing this energy reduction plan that I think Blake mentioned. You've seen maybe an earlier draft of that document. We've involved the Norfolk Facilities Department, Norfolk Administration, the Energy Committee, and of course MAPC in the preparation of this document. And we're basically there now. We had as Blake mentioned, we had a conference call with the OER today to discuss our preliminary submittal, which we made on October 10th, which was everything that we had, and it was everything that we had for all 5 criteria, to get their comments so that we could, if they had a problem with anything that we did on the 5 criteria that we're working on, they can tell us now, and we can accommodate those comments in the final designation application. That designation application has to go in by November 22nd. Okay, and as Blake mentioned, that went very well. We have a few comments. I would call them almost typographical in nature. So we're going to take care of that now, and we'll get ready for the final designation application. The designation grant. The grant, you may have heard this number before. DOER has told us that the designation grant is likely to be $140,000. The green community notifications will go out in January. So what do we need? What we need is we need a letter from the select board adopting the energy reduction plan, and we need a letter from the school committee, likewise adopting the energy reduction plan. So the energy conservation measures that were identified by EMA, identified by building, and they identified energy conservation measures that they thought made sense. They further evaluated the cost associated with implementing those energy conservation measures, and then they computed what the energy savings would be and what the value to the town would be for implementing those conservation measures. So the bottom line for where we stand right now is that the energy consumption is estimated to be greater than energy conservation reduction is estimated to be greater than 22%. The commitment is 20, and we think that we can get, conservatively, we can get to 22. EMA would think it's more than that, but in any event, we're comfortable committing to the 20% with what's on the table right now. So I guess the only thing that needs to be done now, if you agree, and if the school committee agrees, is to get a letter, not unlike the letter that I think you signed for the fuel efficient vehicle purchase policy.
Yep.
This time it's for the energy reduction plan, and you should be there.
Well, first I just want to throw some appreciation your way for the work it took to get up to this point. Thank you very much for all the time and effort you put into this. Very briefly, if you could, this was a lengthy process. Would you establish that the establishing the baseline was the biggest proponent of that timeline, or was there something else that was?
No, I think and Andy, you can jump in here. My thinking is that what took the most time was doing the audit and identifying where the energy conservation measures existed, and then attacking them from a construction cost standpoint, an engineering cost standpoint, and what is it going to be worth from a savings, an energy savings standpoint. All of that we've got many, many pages of calculations that were submitted to DOER along with the energy conservation measures, so that to give them a comfort level that what was done is backed up by hard calculations, and they haven't had any comments back to us to the contrary.
Very good. Chris, any questions?
No, pretty impressive work. I was surprised at the Freeman Kennedy, for being such a newer school. It seems to have the most difficult meeting energy savings.
The highest,
Yeah,
highest
compared
BTU
to
value
national
per s-
averages, and that seemed very odd for, I mean, we have an HL-day school built in '94, which is doing better than
well-
our latest school, and I was just trying to understand that a little
Well,
bit.
having sat on that school building committee, I mean, there was the understanding with the technology that has, that the HOD doesn't have, that the actual energy cost per square foot would likely go up higher. I know Matt has done some lighting work in the,
It's also climate control.
yeah. So, yeah, you're looking at a much more sophisticated building that would generate the additional cost. Technology hopefully will help us chip away some of that in the next couple of years as well. So that's, this is just the beginning of this project. I mean, there's other things that we're gonna have to look at of, you know, how do we allocate savings to fund other projects, or what do we go after? How do we fund this? I know we talked last time about, you know, bonds under Chapter 25A. And Kevin, I apologize for sending you that very dry article.
Exhilarating reading.
Yeah, so, but it explains how we can do that with minimal to no cost to the towns and affecting the tax base. So that's something that we as a town are gonna have to learn, because it's not difficult once you get the first or second job under, but that first job is very, very, let's say, perplexing. That's the best way of putting it. So, yeah, so Chris, you are correct. Yeah, it is a newer school, but again, all the technology that's in there, it was expected. It was expected. So.
I have some questions. So before I sort of delve into them, if I understand reading through this, if we vote approve tonight, are we approving the funding?
No, we're approving the application to go in for consideration.
Okay, because I'm looking at, you know, you're saying, oh, it's gonna be low or no cost. That was the same, I heard low or no cost in 2017 when you guys came up. And already, how much have you spent?
Well, we spent the 12,000 on the
audit,
on the
right?
audit, yeah.
And because then I look at your number here and I see the 572, 273, and I understand that, right? And my recollection from that 2017, now I understand now you're saying the designation grant may be up to 140. At the time of town meeting, you said 125. So is it a range of 125 to 140 for the designation grant, or has the designation grant gone up?
At the time, we believed it to be 125. DOER has since come back to us probably a year or so ago and said based on everything they know at that point in time, it would be 140,000.
And that's guaranteed?
No, it's what they told us they thought it would be at the time they told us, which
Okay.
was maybe 6 to 12 months ago.
Okay.
We have no reason to believe that it would be something other than 140, but
But I guess, so I'll try to parse out my question. So whatever the grant, the designation grant value is, $12, $125,000, $140, are we guaranteed, once we meet these milestones, to get that designation grant money?
okay, this is a little bit confusing. Let
Yep.
me explain what happens, because I didn't realize it until a week ago, exactly what we have to do.
Okay.
What we have to do, when we become a designated green community, we have to put together a grant application for that grant, for that 140,000, or whatever the number is.
Right, whatever, I get, yeah.
Right, okay, it's not that they're gonna write us a check. They're gonna review this application for a grant, for X number of projects that we're gonna identify. We're gonna identify the projects, we're gonna tell them how much they're worth, why they're projects that we should move forward with. And then they will make a decision on the amount, and will give us a check, probably not until the April-May timeframe, though. And
So-
it's
Sorry.
and it's 25% upfront. So in April or May, they're gonna give us 25% of the designation grant, and then the rest of it will follow as we complete the project.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. So if we say, hey, we have $572,000 worth of projects, here they are, what do you think? We don't have to commit and pay the vendors and sign contracts for the 572 before submitting for the grant. If they come back and say, sorry, no go, we don't have to spend the 572.
No, the 572
Or
is
whatever, like I
over-
understand it's a,
That's over 5 years. That's what it's gonna take. That's what EMA and MAPC thought it would take.
I understand
to
that.
get
That's
to
what-
the 22% Okay,
Right.
you understand?
I
Okay.
understand that this is 572 approximate investment over 5 years of 114,000 and change. My question is, if you go to these folks and you say, hey, designation grant folks, I'd like a designation grant, here's all of my paperwork, look at this great package we've created for the over 5 years, 114 and change per year, what think you? And they say, no, thank you. Are we still committed to paying 542,000 over 5 years, 114,000 a year?
It doesn't work that way. We're gonna submit an application for a grant request
Right.
every year. Every year, every one of those 5 years, we're
So
gonna
we could
identify
get,
projects.
okay, so we
times.
could get, so if it's 114 per year, theoretically, we could get 140 or up to, I'm assuming you don't get more than the grant, I mean, more
Well,
than the amount expended.
there's competitive grants that are also available in the program as
But
well.
you told me the last time we were here that you
250.
didn't think that we would get those.
Well, no, what we're hoping is that those would be easier to get with the simple fact that we have bigger projects that would be coming
Right,
down the
that we-
line.
right, and we had
So,
talked
yeah.
about that as
So, yeah.
well.
So I'm going to say it's not 100% clear exactly how things are going to change in the next year or so, but at the same time, those competitive grants will stay
So
there.
my overarching question remains, are we committing, signing contracts, committing to spend the money before we have grant money?
No.
No.
That's
No.
my question, right?
No.
Like, if we
No.
don't get the grant money, can we walk away?
No, we would,
Because
we
the
probably.
message at town meeting was that it was low or no cost. And I understand some of the costs on the back end and the savings of the 20%, I get that. I'm just asking, if they say no to the grant money, are we committed to spending the money in the town anyway?
No.
That's all. That's all I wanted.
By the way, the grant money is, after we get by the designation grant, which is, again, 140,000, every year thereafter, we're eligible for up to $250,000 in project grants. There's no commitment to give us 250,000.
Sure, I understand it.
But we're not stuck at 140 either. If
Right.
we've got some really good projects that make a whole lot of sense and they're expensive, we'll chase them. And,
But if you, and I get that too, and I understand that there's communities that are sort of in the classic FIFO, model, right? They came before us, and so maybe they get that money, maybe we get that money. My question would remain the same. If we get that first 140,
yeah.
and then the next year they say, sorry, are we now holding the bag for the remaining 430? I don't know what the math is on that. For the remaining, have we contracted?
No,
No.
let me
That's what I just want to
Let
make
me,
sure that we're
let me
not.
jump in here for a second.
read something to you that
Nope.
answers a
Nice try, though.
question that I had of DOER last week. Okay. This is the answer to a question that I had asked relative to, what if we don't make the 20% reduction in 5 years? What happens then?
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that
The
question.
money what about the money that?
Let's ask that one
We're just
too.
going to the
that
end.
you gave us? Okay, this is what they said. If at the end of 5 to 6 years, a municipality has not reduced its energy consumption by 20%, it may be asked to provide a revised plan to fulfill its ERP, energy reduction plan. A municipality will not lose its previously awarded grant funding as a result of not meeting its 20% reduction goal.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question though.
Can
you
I
just
jump
answer
in
my
for a second? This is my third time through Green Communities, so Larry's completely right. You get awarded the 140. We have to turn in our list of projects that make up 140. They dribble it out over a couple of months, but you're going to get all that money back. The real goal and what they as a committee and Matt and I need to keep our eye on is finishing this up quickly so we can get into the next round and try to get
Right,
the next
get the
250.
then.
The big one.
And it's important, we're going to work together to identify the projects the DOER will find the most attractive, get the next 250, do those, and hopefully do that until we get to the end and we meet our 20%. I'm not saying there isn't any reason why we wouldn't put a little town money into it too to get to the finish line, because, getting to the finish line means we're spending less money on energy overall.
Again, sure, as long,
That's a
you
good
know.
thing, but we're not signing contracts for anything, and we'll just have to keep working together as a team to go after those competitive grants as long as the state is offering them to try to get their nickel to pay for all of these.
So when I'm looking at the 5-year plan, and and I understand part of it's just sort of because it's the glossy paper, like, I look at it and I'm like, why aren't we doing overall fuel efficiency, synthetic oil now? And maybe it's because the car or whatever, or why aren't people turning off their cars when they wait now? Like, it's in year 4 or 5, and I get that's just because you want to create your plan. But if the plan is really sort of more organic, some pieces of this 572 are now and some are later, but maybe some is more front-end loaded because the boiler goes
Exactly.
now. And we get told, yep, here's your first year's 140, but we've committed to, because of different things, have we then committed to more than that 140, such that we are left holding a financial bag wherein the delta is in the red for the taxpayer once you've had your savings?
I would say it's important to focus on the word plan. This is our plan. This is not our prescribed in stone, absolutely do this or bad things will happen.
Right, I understand that the 572 is the plan. I'm just asking is there any point along this journey where the state could, and let's face it, they do that. The state sometimes doesn't give you what they say. Like, Lord knows we've had plenty of special town meetings because the state's pulled our funding for this or that. If they say, no, it's not going to work for us for whatever reason, down the road, I understand the first 140, like, we're not going to commit to do the work if they say no thank you in the first 140, right?
They're going to say yes to the first 140
Yeah,
because...
but just what if they don't? Then that's, like, what if they don't?
We all walk away.
That's, okay, so now, if they don't, can you help me?
Any proposed project would be subject to funding availability, so we would not issue any projects without a guarantee. So how we award the contracts, we award to do something, it would stay clearly pending funding, so we wouldn't award it until we had confirmation from the state that they would reimburse us.
Okay.
Overarching no is what I'm hearing.
If the state
needed.
reneges, we don't spend money that year.
Okay.
There's a reason. No,
Right.
it's not.
So if we commit to something that's
very,
over, I understand the 572 is like an amalgamation of a million different things. I get that. But that some of the ticket items may be bigger. And I also understand, right, I'm not an idiot, that if we need a new boiler, obviously it's better to fold it in. Like, I get all that. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't sort of this razzle-dazzle, because that happens. Oh, we're going to get this, and then the state pulls the rug out from under us through no fault of anybody who's been working on this. And now in the same year that we're saying, hey, we need a new school, and we just got a new roof, and oh, by the way, we have a new fire station, we're like, and we're changing all of the lights in town because we already committed to it to the tune of $140,000. That's it.
So we've already been discussing low-hanging fruit that would have very fast ROIs.
Right.
And that's what we'd be looking to do.
Right, and I understand that from the plan, and I appreciate that piece. My second question, which is really my 12th question, but my second question is, are you required to do minutes for your meetings?
For the Energy Committee meetings?
Yes.
We actually haven't met as a committee as a full committee in about a month and a half, really.
So I went to look at the minutes because I wanted to sort of understand this, and I don't see any for 2019.
Our secretary who's an attorney, and I think you can appreciate his crazy work schedule. I know he has meeting minutes. We haven't reviewed, nor have we.
But they were,
approved any meetings.
but they exist.
They exist, yes.
Okay, because I was like, I'd like
Carol, I know has been very diligent of having.
harassing, maybe a nicer word than
No,
harassing, 'cause
diligent, no,
Carol would
diligent.
never harass.
Yeah, no, that's why I said she's been very diligent. So.
That was it.
But there is a requirement for us to prepare minutes.
Right, and I wasn't sure if there was a set amount of times, because I know you've had some sort of, and you're having some staffing, is like somebody's no longer going to be on the committee. Is that because he's going to get the work?
No, he's just too busy. I mean,
Okay.
he's from both sides of, he's working both sides of the U.S. with his work.
Which I can certainly understand.
But I will tell you, though, that, you know, his expertise is refrigeration.
Mhm.
And if we get to that point where refrigeration at the schools becomes an issue where, you know, we need to get a few more, I mean, and he is the only game in town. But at that point there, I mean, that
So you
could
would
be
put
2 years
out
down.
to bid, right?
But
You're not going to just
yeah.
do the guy who used to be on your committee.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
doesn't
no, it
seem
would
like
have,
it
it would have,
be
because the cost
particularly
would have to
good
go out for
smell.
bid, yes, yes. But I'm just letting you know that it's, you know, it's better.
Maybe he's the only one who comes, but
Yeah.
if we're like, hey, we did a nationwide search, and, you know, Sam, who was just on the committee for the last 2 years, happened to be the only, I just wouldn't.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stop.
CC, discussions have been taking place behind
Not outside of the meetings that
about
have been.
this. No, just about this very issue, so.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you're way ahead of me, is that what you're saying, Andy?
Yes.
All right, that's fine. That is fine.
This is a live meeting, right? Just making sure? Okay.
Always. I didn't swear once yet. It's already 9:15.
Ed, go right ahead, sir. With a microphone, please.
There's one up here.
Just to follow up on this conversation, it's a little frustrating listening to you because I'm looking at this
Me?
spreadsheet. No, not frustrated with you.
Okay,
I'm just
good.
frustrating with this conversation. I'm looking at this spreadsheet. Now, based on this spreadsheet, the spreadsheet identifies $572,000 worth of savings. I agree. It says that with the investment of $572,000, we will recoup that investment in 3.15 years. I mean, if you're in a business, that's a no-brainer. You don't sit and think about whether or not you're going to invest or not. And that means in 3 years we're recouping whatever that 500,000 is, and then you're recouping money every year after that still. So I don't understand the conversation as to whether or not we should be doing this, or else this is a lot of crap. I don't quite understand. Secondly, I'd like to ask the question about vehicles. There's a vehicle list here with 72 vehicles. In the narrative, it talks about 101 vehicles, but there's only 72 listed. And it talks about exempt and non-exempt vehicles. So a non-exempt vehicle is required to be replaced with a fuel-efficient, but an exempt one is not. So of the 72 that at least I have a list of, only 12 are non-exempt, and the rest are exempt. So that means we have 60, well, I don't know how many because I don't have the full list of 101 vehicles that are exempt, and they're not required to be replaced with a fuel efficient unless the department head wants it. So I don't quite understand that.
Exempt is a weight classification.
Well, I know it is.
So-
I'm saying it's in here,
Yeah.
but I don't understand.
The fire
requirement
trucks,
is
the
that
fire trucks, public safety, the heavy pickups, the plow
I don't know
trucks.
what they are, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We don't even, first of all, we don't even have a complete list here. And then we don't understand why is an exempt vehicle not required to be fuel efficient? It's just not in the narrative.
A dump truck, an F700 dump truck just isn't fuel efficient. That's the
It should
bottom
be
line.
in the narrative because you're quite adamant about talking about the issue of vehicles and exemption versus non-exempt and full exempt, and then we don't even have a decent explanation as to why most of our vehicles are exempt and therefore would not be fuel efficient. I think we should at least know that if you're going to talk about it at all. Otherwise, you should have scrapped that from your conversation.
Well, the audience for that spreadsheet, as well as everything else that we're doing, is DOER, the Department.
Sorry?
The Department of Energy Resources.
This spreadsheet?
We're following their designations, their rules relative to what's exempt and
No,
what's
but
not
I'm saying
exempt.
that it's not
We
even,
don't
it's
have
not
to
even,
explain
it's
to
not even
them.
complete. It's not even a complete worksheet. You talk about 101 vehicles in the narrative, there's 72 here.
Let me
So-
jump in. Let me jump in.
Okay.
So the town has 101 vehicles. Some of them are trailers. Some of them are pieces of equipment that don't have a miles per gallon rating. So in the call with the state today, they confirmed they don't want any of those on the list. They only want vehicles by which you can measure the.
Just asking the question.
Well,
I'm-
great. So let
I'm
me
reading-
answer.
I'm reading a report that's issued, and
Great. So,
numbers don't jive, that's all.
so let me answer, Ed.
Okay.
So we scrubbed from the list all the vehicles or pieces of equipment that don't have a miles per gallon rating because they can't be measured in terms of becoming more efficient. Andy gave you a correct answer about the exempt vehicles. The state also says that all the vehicles that are emergency vehicles, police and fire, or vehicles over a certain weight, mostly public works vehicles, are exempt. They don't make a fuel efficient fire ladder truck for the fire department. They just don't. Maybe someday. But good news is the next round of police cars that the town is going to buy are hybrids. Even though those have been exempt, the next round of police cars that we're going to be able to buy when we can afford to do so are hybrid. Non-exempt vehicles,
Why would they be on here as exempt then?
because as I just said,
Because
the
the state
state
requires you to
designates that emergency vehicles or vehicles of a certain weight,
Okay.
snow plow trucks, and be happy to give you the list and the actual policy that got
I want to
passed.
understand,
Yep.
so I can make sense of what I'm reading.
Sure.
That's all. I just want to make sure. I
So
know
the
what I'm
non-exempt
reading. It makes
vehicles,
sense.
the non-exempt vehicles are basically administrative vehicles. The a vehicle that the assessors drive to go around and look at properties is a non-exempt vehicle. It has to be replaced with something that meets the requirements. We may get to the point where some vehicles we have in the fleet that are older, when their time is up and they have no longer be usable, we either are going to replace them with a fuel efficient one, or we're not going to replace them at all, depending on the needs of the town.
Okay.
So I hope that helps.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you. Again, I just want to read these reports. I want to understand what I'm reading. I guess the last point I have is there's a column here that talks about implementation. Again, I don't know if that's a bogus number as well. It talks about status when things are going to be implemented, and it goes out through 2024.
Because this is a 5-year plan, and as we've
So
been
what's
talking.
the one? But the numbers that are assigned to those dates: 450,000 in 22, 53,000 in 21, 92,000 in 24, and 16,000 in 23. So it doesn't align with the 114,000 that we're talking about as allocating it over 5 years. So I guess it's another disconnect.
It's the 140,000, not 140, not 114.
All right, 140.
140,000. That's the designation grant. Basically, you use that up as much as we can. I mean, we work with Matt on various projects that would be that low-hanging fruit that would get us started.
Why does this spreadsheet indicate that implementation dates to them to be different?
Dates.
It needs to have a place on it's a plan, and that's all it is, a plan, because needs are always changing. So we have to put a value to a certain year to fill out the plan. It's fluid. It's only a plan. It's not set in stone. It's a working, it would be a working document.
It doesn't make any sense at all. We're looking at a financial plan here that talks about an implementation and spending money, and the numbers are just placeholders, you're telling me?
It is a 5-year outlook.
So how do you then explain that in 2022 you're talking about spending $450,000 on this plan? So how do I understand that on this spreadsheet if that's what it says?
Well, one thing I'll say very quickly, if I could jump in, is what you're looking at in that spreadsheet is something that was formatted for specific use by the organization that we submitted this plan to, by their specifications. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but you're given that format and asked to fill it out and then send it back to them. So the organization that we're submitting this to understands exactly what's in there, and it's exactly to their specifications. So it's not really intended for general public consumption, I would say. I think it's just meant as a resource to go along with the application that was submitted.
But it's going to the select board who's making decisions and talking about if I spend this money, I'm going to get a payback.
Right, but
It talks to the payback.
which is why, candidly, because there are no guarantees. I mean, they're scientists. They can say, we think we're going to save X amount in kilowatts per whatever, and it's going to generate the savings. But Debbie Downer over here understands that sometimes things don't work out exactly like that. So that's why I want to make sure it's grant money that's doing it. And that's what the two...
And that's our intent as well.
I understand your point fully, to protect the town. That's admirable. I understand that. All I'm saying is
Or I just don't understand stuff.
if we put a plan out that says that we can recoup energy savings with X number of dollars of investment, we can recoup that in 3 years and then continue to reap those benefits. Why aren't we looking harder at that?
We are looking hard at it.
Instead
The
of
goal,
waiting to say, well, if I get a grant, they'll do it, but if not, nah, I'm not going to.
Well, it's just going to be a different question. They're going to get the grant, they're going to do it. If they don't get the grant, then they come back and say, hey, we still think we're going to do it. Can we have the money without the grant? It's just a different journey. Like, we're on step 1 of the journey, which is hope. I like free money portion
do
of the
too.
journey. That's all.
Given where we are in this time and date, we could have been doing this 10 years ago.
Well, that's why that's my point, I guess, is why aren't we?
Well,
We're doing it
It's also
now.
all predicated on us actually voting this in at some point this evening.
We're doing it now.
I want to, Paul Denver from 16 Winterberry. I'm just not sure of where we were going with that last conversation, but I was struck by the fact that we're going to spend about $572,000, and let's stay away from the grant for 1 second. We're going to reduce our energy use by 1/5. There must be a number which is suggestive of how much we would save from one year to another in actual cash expenditures by firming up our conservation in town. Are we, is the $114,000 per year figure a net figure after we have included the amount of money that we're going to save by reducing our energy consumption by 20%?
No.
How is the 20% reduction, the actual money that we save by that, how is that calculated? What is it? How does it relate to the 114,000 or the 572,000?
Every single ECM, which is an energy conservation measure, has a specific budget and a specific savings associated with it, whether it's fuel, whether it's propane, whether it's natural gas, whether it's oil or electricity. All those come into play. It's not just, I mean, you're probably thinking electricity and that's it.
I'm thinking of the whole ball of wax. What I'm saying is, if we say it's going to cost us $114,000, is that net after we've saved $60,000 a year because of the conservation efforts that we've made?
Oh, I get what the question is.
No.
Are we including those savings anywhere here?
No.
So there are going to be savings.
That's actually a topic for another discussion on what do we do with those savings.
But there will be savings.
There will be savings.
And
yes.
the savings should represent 1/5 of our energy.
It's not going to be 1/5 every year. It could be more one year. It
roughly,
could be a little less.
Roughly.
But yeah.
Let's see if the costs are $500,000 for energy for this year, and we save in 2 years we save 1/5 of that.
Yep.
Essentially, it's going to be $100,000 saving for that year, correct?
Yes.
And so how does that fit in with the analysis that it's going to cost us $572,000 over 5 years? Has that figure of 572 come about after considering the savings from our conservation efforts, or are those savings just going to accrue to us without any current calculation?
We haven't considered the savings in that figure.
You haven't.
We
So
have
it's a
not.
gross figure.
Yep.
And can anybody say roughly how much we might save if today we reduced our energy consumption by 20% in 2019? What would that figure represent in the town? Does anybody know that? Because that might be a benchmark for the future.
I've been doing this, energy work for 20 years, and I can tell you, and I think if you were at when I was at the last meeting, this will take possibly 1 to 2 years to get all the numbers squared away, and it's just that's the nature of the beast. All the municipalities I work with, some took 4 years to figure out how much your savings, because.
But how about if we, and I don't mean to belabor this, I'm almost finished, thank God. But 2018, do we know how much we spent on energy?
Yes.
And if we took 1/5 of that, what would that figure be? Because that's a benchmark, right?
That's the benchmark. We'd have to go back and look at the exact number. Unfortunately, we're not this application. We are focused on this application, which in the metrics within that application are predicated by what DOER wants. That number can be had, but what that exact number is, I don't know off the top of my head.
One thing I'm saying is that to sell this position, if we want to sell it to townspeople, it might help if we said, gee, by reducing our energy consumption by 20%, we're going to save roughly $100,000 to $200,000 a year in expenditures. I mean, that's a reality, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a reality. Yeah.
Okay.
But again, that dollar value will change as the cost of energy goes up, if the cost of energy goes down, if we take on different types of fuel sources. I mean, it's a
variables.
It's a variable, yeah.
Figure, and I think it should be laid out a little bit more clearly. Yeah.
Well, it's already been, Blythe was going to point it out, it's already been, the only people who have to sort of, or down are this body now, and then it's, because it's already gone to town meeting 2 years ago.
Oh, I didn't know that.
2017, that's
Okay.
right. This is the last.
Okay.
So we've been charged with carrying this out already.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I
What
was
we're doing here,
harassing
right.
them. See, I used
Okay,
that
but
word.
in any event, my point, I think, stands. It'd be nice if we could figure out
You want a bottom line
roughly
figure.
what we'd be
It'd
saving.
be interesting.
One
About
last
spare
comment from
timing.
me.
Report card.
Our goal, from a staff perspective with the committee, is to effectively spend the 140,000 when we get this initial grant, and then figure out the best use of the challenge grant, the next 250,000, the next 2 years, so we can get the measures done that bring the best bang for the state's buck, and get all of them done so we get to 20%. You know, whether we've got to compete for those, but if we do a good job doing the first ones and pick the second ones that are going to have the best return, we'll hopefully get this done. Maybe we can get it done faster than 5 years, and the town reaps the benefit of, with those variables factored in, lower costs. We can decide to spend some of that savings on other measures, perhaps, or we can just decide that we're going to save some money, and wouldn't that be a great thing?
Good, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Matt?
I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but I shared with Larry and Andy earlier. We're looking at doing a project right now with a ROI of 1.43 years, which is incredible, which would be changing all the fixtures at the senior center. So it is quantifiable, and you can see it, and Larry has it. We wasn't planning on sharing it, but there are certain measures on these plans that are so easy, and they will. But we're also shopping it out because it's a $25,000 project. Eversource is giving us different granting. So the town's exposure on it would be about $7,300, and we're going to get a $25,000 project, and the return on investment is a year and a half, and we're going to be saving a massive amount of energy.
Just future reference, I mean, sort of to dovetail what they were saying, I kind of think it's really cool. And again, with all your spare time, I mean, once you hit that 1.73 years where you've netted out, like Andy knows, I have geothermal and I have solar, and some days when you've got nothing else to do, you like to go on the website and see how much money you're saving because if it's really sunny out, you're like, oh, today's the day to go and see how much money I'm saving. Like, I think considering that everyone gets these water bills that are, you know, higher and higher, and tax bills that are higher and higher, if there was a way for them to go online and see, oh, look, this is all of the efforts and these are the savings, and that's going to, maybe my tax bill's not going to go down. I'm not going to represent that to the group, but maybe they're not going. It's not going to leap so insanely because it's cool.
One of the measures I wanted to do at the COA, and we've briefly talked about it, Blythe and I, in the committee, is I like to put a counter, LCD counter, at the COA to show the amount of savings we're having, for people to actually see it in effect of what projects such as a lighting change, because that's a small, low-hanging fruit. That's why I've looked at pursuing it. Another problem, though, is the grants are continuously changing.
Right. No, and I understand
and
that,
it's
too.
impossible to project out far because Eversource right now is giving us a 70% discount of labor and for free lighting. So, but that is not necessarily the same next week. So it's really hard to show that, but I would like to, as part of, if we move forward this project, is to put a counter to show so people can actually quantify what they're saving.
Those kinds of things are cool, but.
And I'm sure that Mr. Lindmark has already actually done this calculation in his head and applied it to his forecasting for the next decade, so.
And we could just follow him on Twitter, and he
Exactly.
can tell us what it is every day.
I think we can commit to putting something together for town
But
meeting.
wouldn't that be cool?
Of just looking at projected savings.
Right.
Use an example. I mean, we'll use Matt's. I hate to say this, but you know, numbers change every single day, and unfortunately, the best numbers you work with are the best numbers you have in front of you at that time. The rebates are everywhere. You know, at any one point, special grants will come up, funding will come up that will disappear in 6 months, and sometimes you miss a great opportunity. So, I mean, being flexible and being quick on your feet, that's what we have to be.
Cool.
So.
All right.
Very good. Any other questions?
So in your packet is a letter that, it's the first page that will ask you to sign at the end after the board takes a vote on the plan.
Very good. Seeing no other questions, so I would move that the board approve the town's Green Community Energy Reduction Plan. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Take a brief.
Could we take a 5-minute break before we get into our
5:21.
zoning articles or town meeting articles?
Have a lot of water.
All right, we're back on. Thank you so much for accommodating our short break. The next item that we have on our agenda this evening is to please consider executing the November 19th, 2019 special town meeting warrant.
So yes, that is the ultimate item that we need, task that we have before us tonight. But prior to that, we have people, various staff members here who are here to answer any questions you have about some of the capital items. You'd ask for them to come in over the 2 meetings just to be able to get more details that you might have needed about them. So I see Carol and Anthony and Ann and Dawn with who is, I know has brought a consultant along for the appraisal program. Todd's here with can answer just about anything. So we've got that to talk about. We also, there's been a lot of talk about some of the articles, particularly the zoning ones. I see Walter in the back and others, and I don't know if the board wants to discuss any further any of those articles. I would point out that the list is in the order we talked about at the last meeting. The zoning articles are first, followed by everything else, and the last article to talk about, number 24, presently is the road acceptances. I did make a couple of notes in your book. There were some changes we also made with regard to free cash is now being utilized to close out the snow and ice deficit. That was a conversation we had at the last meeting. And we added $100,000 to the borrowing article to get a kickstart on our road program. And there's some information in your packet about how we would deploy those funds. So that's a bit of I'm a little bit all over the place, I'm sorry, with my comments, but those are the things that we had planned, and we can take them in whatever order the board prefers.
So if we have a list of questions related to specific articles or individuals, perhaps we bring up somebody who has a question identified, and then we can run through if anybody else has anything to ask, and then move on from there. Very good.
Great.
Chris, do you have a
Sounds
question
awesome.
to kick us off?
Do we have the DPW here with regard to the roll-off and the lawnmower or not?
No, I can tell you I've been discussing that with them. They've been investigating other trucking companies as a way to address the hauling of materials without doing it ourselves and avoiding the cost of purchasing the truck. All of the companies that they have talked to would cost more than our own labor. Our own labor is about $66 an hour to drive the truck, their pay, their benefits, and other associated costs to do that work. All of the trucking companies, any one of the trucking companies we would want to hire would have to pay prevailing wage, and that's generally higher than what we're paying our employees. And I believe that the costs for us would be anywhere from, say, $30,000 to $90,000 more per year than it costs us, but our cost that we calculate doesn't include the replacement of the truck. If you expect the truck's going to be is going to be paid off in 5 years, once you've paid it off, it's going to cost the town less to do the work than to contract it out. So what I'm suggesting is I don't think there is a savings there. The DPW director also pointed out to me that depending on where they are going to drop off recyclables or trash, they can't assume that they are going to drive to a place that's, say, an hour away, get right in, drop off the material, leave, and come back. It's variable. They could be waiting in a queue of trucks to do something like that. So it's very hard for us to be able to calculate exactly what we would save or it would cost. I don't think at this point we're prepared to say that it's a better option for the town long-term to not purchase the truck. I think
So you're going to get back to us with more on that?
I can continue to, but I would say overall, it's still a better outcome for the town to own its own truck and control its own hauling needs. And I will get you more information.
Okay. Anything on the lawnmower from the DPW?
They have not been able to, they've been working on paving numbers and the truck information.
Okay.
I think it's also important, as we talked about last time, part of the reason the Ann is here and Will is here is to be able to provide some background as to how we take care of mowing fields and what is important about that needs to be part of the conversation. So I don't know if you have questions for them, but I think that's part of the important part of the conversation is what their expectations are, and therefore the equipment we need to be able to meet those.
Yeah, if they want to discuss that at this point, we can do that if you want. Now, do you want to discuss that with them now?
It's up to the board.
We can keep going, or we can, the other one was cruiser, just because we're talking vehicles as capital. Is that going to be a hybrid, the one that they want to purchase?
Yes, it will, yes.
So this one they're looking to purchase will be the first hybrid?
I've actually seen the actual quote. It is a hybrid.
Okay. And you're working on putting together a program, what we're going to do with these vehicles, because we talk about the 15, 16, 17 vehicles that are down at the police station, that if there's 4 out at a time, that means 12. Maybe redundancy would mean maybe 2 more. So all these extra vehicles, what are we doing with those? You're putting together a plan for us as to how we're going to get rid of vehicles instead of having them keep on working their way through the system.
I think I need to better understand the job of every vehicle that's been recycled to another department in the past in order to be able to make a recommendation about whether we should continue to do that or whether we should get rid of vehicles and perhaps pay an employee mileage to drive from place to place. What is the best use of the town's dollars? Is it to keep a older vehicle running if it meets the green community's requirement for MPG? Or is it better to say we should have less vehicles, that overall that's a better outcome for the town? I just haven't had a chance to start that analysis. I was going to work on that with various departments as part of the budget process in the next few months.
Will, did you want to come up and talk a little bit about?
Ann stepped out to go to the bathroom, so we can get a one-man show until she comes back.
No, wow.
But, she knows far more of the specific numbers than I do, but, okay. So she will hand out, I think she's got some stuff together. So are you asking specific to the article that we have on the warrant?
Yes.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, I'm Will. I'm the chairman of the rec commission here in Norfolk. So what we have put forward to town meeting via CPC is a $90,000 item for 3 projects. The 3 projects, one would involve the Freeman AAA field, as we call it shorthand, which we all know as the field over at the Freeman Kennedy School with the green snack shack. We have the same project going on over at Pond Street in the Big Babe Ruth field, and then a slightly different kind of project, but still a restoration project at the softball field at the Freeman Kennedy School. So to describe a little bit, I can see Ann coming now, to describe a little bit about the issues that we're having, so in discussing with all of our boards, all of our different organizations, field maintenance has become an issue over the last several years. And if you want, Ann has the pictures to kind of distribute. I didn't want to, because you have the packets together. So, go ahead. So our fields were traditionally very well kept, top of the line. That's someone who's coached, known as the best around. Over the last couple of years, we've seen a little bit of a decline for a number of reasons. Overuse, so lack of field space. All of our leagues are struggling to find enough fields, and we often use other towns. And also, I don't want to say lack of maintenance, but there are other things in town that DPW has been focused on that are not the fields. And we are looking for a way to not bypass, but work with DPW to get these done and kind of take something off their plate, which is what we're looking for here. So Ann can discuss a little bit more about the specific details of each project. The field at the Freeman School, the Little League field, we're looking at a complete regrading of the infield, tearing it out, putting it back in. That's our biggest priority field. That's the biggest field in need of the most updating. It's near unplayable. I won't want to say unplayable, but it's near the point of a safety issue, and a lot of the coaches are becoming concerned about the safety of the field.
Right.
The Pond Street field, same deal. It just is a little bit newer, so we don't have quite the same.
This is the next field. The quote in the picture goes the other.
It's not quite the same. It's not quite at the same point, but it still, again, needs a kind of a complete regrading. If you look at some of the pictures that Ann's handing out, you can see on the Babe Ruth field that there's a puddle that kind of collects right down the third baseline, right down the home plate. That's really not something you want to see. It's been a constant issue with the field, and this project would fix that.
This is the softball field.
And allow it to come up to speed. And then the third field is the softball field.
Yep, one of each, and this is the little league field.
In this project would allow us to remove the grass around the outside of the infield. It's one of the only softball fields I've ever seen that has that layer of grass in between the fence and the field. That becomes an issue in that it causes more maintenance costs. If we don't have that, it becomes a lot more of just keeping maintenance of the infield versus having to cut the grass, edging, and eliminates a lot of the additional maintenance that we'll have to do over the next several years for that field. So, Ann, I don't know, I'm sure there's a lot more you want to add.
So we put this article, or when we went to CPC, because as I think we all know, that in the recent. Can you put a microphone in front of it?
Yeah.
In the past year or so, we have been understaffed with DPD, and our fields have some of our fields have gotten to the point that they really just aren't safe anymore. So I took pictures, and sometimes it's very hard in pictures to show grades, especially when they're with grass and sand. So I did my best to show what is there. We have 9 between softball and baseball fields. These are 3 fields. The other fields we are working on, it's not that they're all in terrible shape. However, the AAA field, which is the field that is in the worst shape, is really not playable. It's dangerous. I mean, you could literally fall off parts of the field. You can trip. If you threw a ball, it can hit many places and pop up and hurt someone. This field really does need to be rebuilt. And it's not the entire field, it's the infield. The quote that you have there is about $40,000. It's a wonderful prevailing wage job. It adds quite a bit. It's also about half, maybe a little bit less, is material. One thing when you, one of the biggest factors in maintaining baseball fields and softball fields is infield mix. Whenever you see a hole with infield mix, the infield mix doesn't disappear, it goes somewhere else. And that's where the maintenance part is so important. If you don't, usually it's in the grass, if you don't take care of that weekly at the most, it's almost impossible to get it out. And so if you, what happens is the baselines build up, and then you have slopes going off the edges. So the infield mix has left some of the area, so you have holes, but now you have lips, and that's what they call them. So we don't address lips at all currently. We will be addressing lips in the future. We are changing the way we maintain fields. We know that we have to change the way we maintain fields. So it's not just about rebuilding the fields and going back to the way we do things the same old way. We know that we have to change things. We also know that perhaps we have to bring in outside help. We have changed some of the things in the past year. I know that the fields right now are in excellent shape. In May, the fields were probably the worst I'd ever seen them. And I think Blythe can say that she was out at the fields. Some of our other baseball fields are also not in very good shape. The T-ball field is not in good shape. It has been holding water for over a year. I've been asking for it to be addressed for over a year because we are asking and hoping that these fields will pass. DPW is working and will be working this fall on not just the T-ball field, but also the railroad field. So it's Field 1 and Field 6. All our fields are numbered. We are also, as recreation, addressing the soccer field at Pond Street, which is A. So we're spending about $4,000 to $5,000 top dressing, deep tine aerating, which we do quite a bit for drainage. That field has some difficulty with drainage, but if we deep tine aerate, we're usually in good shape. We're top dressing, we're filling in holes, and we're seeding. We're also going to be dormant seeding. We've also seeded all ours, done a fall seeding for all our other soccer fields. So we're not doing this as the only work. This is part of what we're doing. We're also spending money and doing other work as well. So the pictures I took, the Babe Ruth field, if you can see that shiny part in the middle, that's the water that's standing there. It's not a good sign. One, that it's holding water at all is not good. One, it shows a depression, but then it also shows that it's not draining. And that's been that way it's just been building and building for almost 2 years. The grades on the baselines on that field are not nearly as bad as the AAA field. The good news is, I have to say though, we have a lot of kids playing baseball. Those fields are used a lot. It says a lot about our organizations and kids playing on the fields. I have 1,000 kids on the field every week. It's not like we have 50 or 60 kids playing. That's the good news. We have a lot of kids playing, but it needs a lot of maintenance.
So when you talk about the changes to the level of maintenance that we supply to the fields, are you aligned with DPW on that plan moving forward, or do you have something alternative in mind?
No, we are working with DPW. And I'm not going to say we're changing the level of maintenance. We're changing perhaps what maintenance we're doing and where we're concentrating. We need to address the lips. And I've talked to DPW about it. Can we do that as well as everything else? Maybe not. So we have to figure out what time we have and address it. We haven't been able to do that in the past, but things are changing at DPW, and we're going to be looking at it.
I would just add, from the commission's perspective, in addition to working with DPW and bringing in whatever outside help we need, we're also blessed in this town to have two great organizations, Norfolk Baseball and then Norfolk Softball, and then if you're talking soccer, Norfolk Lions and whoever else uses it, who really works with us collaboratively. So if you've noticed, we have our showcase field has shifted from Freeman over to Pond Street. We have brand new dugouts and a brand new scoreboard, which was a collaborative project. Baseball, rec chipped in some money, but baseball handled that, and there are a couple volunteers that painstakingly through the winter were out there painting the dugouts. They have a great group of volunteers, but this project we're asking for here is really something that is outside of anything the DPW can handle, outside of something we can handle, and something outside of the volunteers can handle. We are going to be asking, we think, to have the dads who typically maintain the fields to not be doing that, because that's somewhat of a contributing factor to where the infield mix is not in the right spot. So if we can get DPW and whatever other outside help we need doing that work, we won't have to come back 5 years from now asking for the same amount of money for the same fields.
I will add that baseball and softball fields are the most difficult fields to maintain. They are, by the nature of the lips and the infields. And this is an extreme, obviously, but Fenway Park, you see all the people maintaining Fenway Park every single day, every single game. They still rebuild Fenway Park every single year. So that's how difficult the fields are to maintain. Obviously, we're not going to do that. Will we need to rebuild these fields, in 7 or 8 or 9 years? We may, but we won't need to do it in 4 years. The T-ball field, it was rebuilt 4 years ago. It hasn't been maintained. we have to do it again because we haven't been maintaining it well. We have to get better at that. We have to address the lips. The problem with the T-ball field is the migration of the infield mix. We have to change things. And we know it, and we're going to do it. So one way or the other, we are going to do it. This year in May, the fields were not in great shape because of the weeds and the clover and the lack of grass. They didn't get the seed. They got some seed down, then they didn't get the seed down. They didn't get the pre-emergent down. It was a mess. That changed. The fields look great. And they're going to continue to look great.
TC, have any other questions?
Nope.
Chris?
I guess, I don't know, I have multiple copies. I guess at the Little League baseball field, we're going to install some irrigation systems as well.
There is an irrigation system there already, so we've added that because when you're digging up a field, we don't know what we're going to find. That irrigation system was put in at least 25 or 30 years ago. It was actually put in by Norfolk Baseball. I don't know what's there. There is no plan. So I have no idea what's underneath the ground.
Is that going to be hooked up to a well, or is that hooked up to our town water? Because we don't allow irrigation.
It's going to be hooked up to the well, which we actually just got approval from Eversource today to hook up to put in the 480 volt power that we need.
Okay. So that's going to be based on the well?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're going to put together some kind of plan, working with the new DPW director on how to maintain these, so that there's CPC funds, so it's obviously money's being collected in our taxes, but so we don't have to do this for a long period of time.
I've been working with them right along.
Yeah, but I mean, provisions that says prevent these lips or whatever, so that, and ways to track it, so we don't continue to have these things getting worse and worse. And what do we do about, I know dog walkers use the fields. I know, now what do you do about softball tournaments? I know this summer there was a huge Northeast softball tournament. Do we collect any funds for that? We do, and where does that go?
It goes right back into the fields. We spend a lot of money into the fields. We not only, I bought infield mix just to do the repairs. That was a couple of $1,000s. That was last week. That we're putting in some fencing, additional fencing, so the softballs are not so many softballs are going into the neighbors' yards. That's going to be about $4,500. That's all. That's what field fees go into. We paid for seed. I have fertilizer bills that are hundreds and thousands of dollars. I mean, it goes very quickly.
I will speak just quickly to the tournament portion of this. So over the last year, the Rec Commission has worked painstakingly with every stakeholder in town on organizing a new tournament policy. So previous to, I think, July, we didn't really have one, but we voted on it, and now we can collect anywhere up to $100 per game on a tournament, depending on the organization. Obviously, we're not charging Norfolk softball $100 a game, but with the growth of club ball, there's always organizations looking to use our fields. So I think something that the Rec Commission is looking to do down the line is to use our fields more, and at that sense, we're going to take in more money using tournament fees that we're collecting, which will go back into the fields, and it's just going to generate more revenue for rec in general to put back into the town. So we're looking to utilize kind of what we have much more than we have in the past.
Okay. No other questions?
Do we want to talk about the mower at all while Rec is still here in terms of their needs for and expectations for daily maintenance of the fields?
I think that's more of a, as I mentioned on the last meeting, I would like to see what it would cost us. Similar to the roll-off is what it would cost to have an outside company maintain our fields, or all our lawn cutting. And I think the last paperwork we got from Bob was from 2010, which to me was not representative of today's world. Lawnmowers have changed in 9 years. So I don't think it would be fair to them, because this becomes a DPW question. Is it the DPW that's going to maintain our fields, or are we going to go outsourcing it? I don't think we can use CPC funds to maintain our fields, correct?
No, but my point in bringing it up is I think that it's important to understand Rec's expectation of the timing of mowing of fields and how that works out with tournaments and all the things that they do. And if we outsource it, are we able to have the control of the timing that we do need to have, or do we lose some of that? Is it more important to do it in-house, even if it's not the cheapest way to do it? Is there an expectation that if they need a field done a certain way for a certain game, can we rely on that from somebody else? I think that's the point I wanted to bring up.
Can I add something that actually hasn't been brought up? One very important factor about having the DPW, the two DPW guys mow our fields, is that when they mow the fields, if there's a problem, they see it and they can fix it. At one point in August, we had 5 valves break on the irrigation system. If a valve breaks, that can cause a flood. And if there's someone from outside, and this actually happened when the outside guys were mowing, they just mow. They mow. It's wet. It's wet. They don't tell us. And I walk fields, but I don't walk the fields. Like, I don't walk every spot on 22 acres. When the DPW guys are mowing, if there's something wrong, I know about it. They will tell me, Justin fixed the 5 valves. He'll say, like, oh brother, we have a problem. If there's an area that's excessively dry, that means they'll know the irrigation isn't working somewhere. They'll even know if there's a hornet's nest somewhere. They're those things that they spot that the outside contractors just, and to your point, it was a long time ago, but it was a pain in the neck. Not only did they not tell us when something was wrong, if it was raining, they would mow anyway. So there would be lines of wet grass that was just terrible. They would just miss spots entirely, and we'd talk to them, so the next time it would be great. 2 times later, it would be terrible. And it would just depend who was mowing at that moment. And we'd have people complaining, and that was the hardest part, because we had residents upset. They'd come to us, we'd talk to them again. It was just this terrible cycle. And actually, we had them do the fields first. That just didn't work. And then if I remember correctly, it was a long time ago, then they actually switched them to the cemeteries and the town hill, the smaller areas, where it didn't affect so many residents because there were so many complaints about the fields. But for me, one of the biggest factors was the guys mowing the fields knew the fields. And if there was a problem, we could fix it.
But you just said in May our fields were terrible. So we're maintaining them and they're terrible. I'm confused now.
Let me explain what terrible meant in May. Terrible meant in May that they didn't have time to put the pre-emergent down. So it was about the fertilization. It wasn't about fixing irrigation or anything else. It was about they were literally running out of time. And because of that, we had a lot of weeds. We had and when the weeds start and they didn't get the seed down, so when you have grass, that's the best preventative for not having weeds. We didn't get the seed down, we didn't get the pre-emergent down. We had clover all over the place. When you have clover all over the place, you have bees all over the place. It was not a good scenario. I took back the fertilization. I got that done, so I took that off their plate, so they had they had time to mow and they had time. So I took that back. We did a post-emergent, which I would prefer to get away from, and do the pre-emergent. Safer. It's earlier. We don't have to deal with it. So that's what we'll get back to next year.
So the fertilizing is not done by the town any longer?
Correct.
Okay, so you've privatized that?
Yeah.
And that's my concern about buying a lawnmower, because why not privatize the cutting? If we can put out an RFP that says this is what we expect. And we have to be realistic. I mean, you go to Puerto Rico, they're paying on asphalt. So, I mean, there's a limit to, I think we've got to also look at this as pristine. What do we want for pristine? Are we asking too much? And if there's a little bit of wet grass on the lawn, is that, oh my God, we can't play baseball today?
Well, there's a difference between wet grass and lawn. A little bit of wet grass, honestly, that bothers me less than it bothers the residents. It bothers the residents.
Well, who are the residents?
The people using the fields.
Okay, people who are playing baseball.
Baseball, soccer, and well, soccer especially. I mean, it does bother people playing soccer because you have clumps of wet grass and you go sliding. It does bother them. It doesn't bother me as much as if we have a broken irrigation head and the guys mowing the lawn don't say anything, and then we have a flood and then we can't use a field and I have to shut it down. The guys, DPW guys, they see it. Not only do they see it, Justin fixes it. He turns off the irrigation system, he goes, gets the parts, and he fixes the head. It's done. And not only do we not have a flood, it's just fixed because he can do that. He does a lot more than just mow the fields.
So I feel like we're circling back a little bit now on things that we've talked about a couple of times. I think we've gotten a great understanding of exactly what's going into the maintenance of the fields and what the expectations look like as we go forward. I think we've got a great idea of the preference in terms of having the town be the ones in charge of mowing moving forward as opposed to going to an outside person, at least from the rec department's perspective. And I think we've established that there is a clear expectation moving forward that this isn't going to be a reoccurring issue and it's something that's going to be addressed via process or procedure or SOPs or what have you. Does that all make sense? That makes sense?
That part makes sense. We still don't know if we need a lawnmower.
Still don't know if we need a
Right.
lawnmower, but the
I think-
recreation component of that.
I think
we've-
the outcome of that is, could we get some outside pricing for cutting our fields prior to town meeting? Which is what I asked at the last meeting.
I can't promise they can get it with prevailing wages by then. I also think we have to have a conversation about where is the best place to what locations are best to outsource. Should we outsource town hall and cemetery and say the police station, or should we do something different? What's the best application for that will meet needs of residents where it's highest priority? And, if town hall gets done by an outside contractor, it's probably fine. I can ask them if they can guesstimate a price, but I can't promise it.
Well, I think our fields are our biggest use of the DPW currently in lawn mowing, so I think that would be the one to try to outsource.
But we just talked about how that's something.
But that was done 10 years ago? Last time we subbed this out was 10 years ago? At that, more than that?
Probably. But I would think cemeteries, that's takes a lot of time to go. They spend a lot of time at cemeteries and things, smalls and doing the small areas.
All right, well,
I don't know.
we got 24 articles to go through. I just think we have to, you asked about the capital items. That's a capital item.
Yeah.
I'm still not convinced, though, we've resolved the issue of, do we need to buy this lawnmower, and why are we buying
they're
it?
looking. My understanding is the lawnmower it's reached its end of its useful life, and they want to replace it with the machine that has the ability to dump the clippings straight into a truck rather than having to dump it on the ground, spend time to bring a loader to pick up the clippings to put it in the truck. So it's an efficiency measure as well, so they can do their work in a better way. I can try and see if we can get some pricing for just grass cutting and see how that could be applied, but one of the reasons I wanted both Will and Ann to come was to have the conversation about the priority of where we should do grass cutting ourselves and where we could perhaps contract it out. Because I think it's important to the service that they're delivering to residents and people paying to use the fields.
I realize it was 10 years ago, but I can tell you that there were a lot of complaints from residents about the conditions of the fields when we had outside mowers. And what the outside mowers, it didn't bother me as much as what the outside mowers just weren't able to do, that DPW was able to do. And that's keeping an eye on the fields and being able to fix things as things need to be fixed.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your evening. Let's look at the other 25.
So we still have, Dawn is here regarding the vision system. Carol and Anthony are here regarding the various bylaw changes and the codification of our bylaws. There's an expenditure for that. And Rich is certainly here to talk about some of the zoning articles. And as always, Todd's here to talk about anything financial. So I'm not
You're
sure
okay.
where you want to go. I would point out also that Peter Petruchuk had a family emergency. He did provide me some information today that I can hand out and talk a little bit about on the mobile data terminals, but he couldn't come at the last minute.
I'm not gonna pick, you're the head, you're the chair, you have to.
I realize that. I get all the fun stuff whenever it comes down to these points. Chris,
I
your
have,
list of
I have
questions?
no other questions for the capital, other than obviously I'd like to go through zoning, of course. But,
Of course.
But the other articles, I have no questions with regard to the capital spending from free cash or from inside the levy.
Any of the general bylaw questions in terms of Carol and Anthony's?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Great.
Just Rich.
Our Sergeant of Arms, thank you for managing everything on the outside. All right, so let's talk about zoning. Rich, did you want to give an overview of where we landed last night and just a high level of where we are right now?
Sure. Come up or?
Yeah, absolutely. Go right ahead, sit down.
So and the chairman's in the back of the room. Just in case you're wondering too, so. The planning board did hold the public hearing on the proposed zoning articles last night. They went through the B1 zoning articles as well as changes to the site plan approval bylaw, the proposed addition of the Holbrook Street well to the zoning map. There was a separate article that was brought forward to change the permitting for parking the front yards from the zoning board to the planning board. And then there was a minor thing to update the zoning map if the Zone 2 gets added to the aquifer protection map. As it related to the B1, there were items that were removed to move forward on, which was reducing the parking from 1.5 to 1 per dwelling unit and for multi-mixed-use development. There was a provision that was proposed which would have allowed for parking on the ground floor surrounded by a building facade, 50% ground floor, that was removed from consideration. There was a amendment to a couple provisions in the bylaw. One was to add some clarifying language related to the section I-7 relative to a sequencing when a principal building had to be completed versus a secondary building. And the inserted some language relative to street grade for ground floor in some cases where you might have a building that could be built at the ground floor and then come up the primary street grade, particularly along Main Street as well as Rockwood Road, and then minor changes, insertions in the principal building, secondary buildings. Those are kind of the substantive changes. And then holistically, there was a recommendation, at least the chairman brought forward, to not move forward with the changes to the height, building height. That proposed recommendation did not pass to be withdrawn from this time, so that change is still in place. And then the board, at the end of the night, they made the recommendation to bundle these as one for the B1. And there was I know a couple of you were here last night. I know another was listening in from home. So there was probably a lot more questions than answers, I think, for some people, relative to some of the change, the necessity of the changes, what we're trying to accomplish with the changes, and, you know, are there opportunities where some of these things might get used in the wrong fashion that townspeople would be concerned about. So I think that was a concern that was raised pretty clearly. The one of those provisions was right now there's a cap in the footprint size for buildings in the B1, which is at 15,000 square feet. And there was a lot of discussion about the sizing of potential buildings and that could happen, could be built in town center. So that raised the issue. I think just from last night coming into tonight, I can tell you that I just did just a quick look. So 4 Kicks, the building, 85,000 square feet. So that's an 85,000 square foot building that is we have in town right now. If you take the area of the parking, that's just a hair under 5 acres. So literally, if you wanted to take 4 Kicks, all the parking, you could put it on the Stop and Shop site. So give some kind of comparison for people relative to building size. The other buildings that we don't have are much like Joffran, much larger. It's actually a 5 acre building itself. So, but to try to kind of scale things off. So that was a significant concern to people. And then I think just the overall, changing the density where, allow for more residential in the B1, I think that raised significant concerns. I think the hard part with this overall is the notion that, when you look at make bylaw changes there, it's what could happen, not necessarily what has happened, and kind of try to measure. You're looking at bad outcomes all the time, which in some cases people, and then there's possible good outcomes, but you're always going to be more defensive, I think, sometimes with the changes, and that was pretty clear, I would say, from the meeting last night. And I think part of the kind of the economics of it, and I think this is what makes it a little bit more challenging sometimes, is the intention of these changes are not to help the developer per se, economically. It's to really kind of have economically viable projects that townspeople would like to see in town center. We want to see, I think people certainly would love to see that full serve restaurant in downtown at some point. That's kind of one of those things that people have identified, and the economics to support that. So I think there's more reservation than anything else from people that were at that meeting. Now that was, there's probably about 15, 20 people there, I would say. So it's hard to get a real, usually I always hear negative, that usually always filters in all the time. There might be people that support things, but they don't necessarily come forward as quickly as the negative.
And I will say, I think that was the general theme of the night. Even those who were in heavy opposition or had deep-seated concerns were prefacing their concerns by saying they don't necessarily disagree with the direction that we're going or the methods that we're looking to get there. It's more in the details and the specifics that they were raising their concerns or wanting to be brought up in front of the group while there was still an opportunity.
Yeah, it's kind of like we went through the planning process. We had a bunch of different community meetings. We got community input, and these are kind of the parameters which we're thinking about changing. And then when you draft that language, and then when that gets pen to paper, that's when things become, I think, a lot more real, so to speak, for people. And then they're trying to digest that, and then you're thinking about those different scenarios, and there's that. It's what could happen? What if? Now we see it on paper, and it's the what if. Like we see the picture. Oh, that's great. That might be a great building in Norfolk Town Center. But so that's where we're at.
Thank you. No, that was a great overview. Walter, did you want to join us to give your perspective? I know you've been sitting here through this entire meeting, and you did sit through a pretty long one last night. Want to give you the opportunity just to give your feelings coming out of last night's meeting and the recommendation from the board as a whole.
Why don't you come up here? Sit in a nice chair. Sit in a different chair than normal.
Yeah, those chairs are only rated for 1 bun hour.
Yes, we know.
You've got to do, yeah, I know, you do last night. You've got to do something about buying some better chairs.
Blythe did ask if maybe we should consider making them more comfortable, and I think that the Protestant in me, the old school Puritan, was like, nope, no, we don't want people staying in them too long. Leave them the way they are.
Let's see, a lot of the concerns that have been raised are really around current zoning and what it potentially offers a developer the opportunity to do in town center. And I think that the work that has been done by so many people to bring forward this set of, proposed zoning articles for the B1 addresses many of those issues. Now, there's some concerns that are still there. I would say that no set of zoning articles is perfect. Never. It's never perfect. And if these go forward to town meeting and get adopted, these won't be perfect either. There'll still be areas where we want to improve them or whatever. I would also say that even if these are adopted or if they're not adopted, the zoning is only one aspect of development in town. Another one is infrastructure. We all know that we've got partial infrastructure here in the center of town. And the opportunity to expand it and accommodate more development if we had a project that would require it. But without infrastructure, you're not going to get anywhere. If I were king for a day, what would I do? I'd buy all the land for the town and develop it the way we want to develop it. That's what I'd really do. That would take a lot of money, a big bond, and a development partner, and then we'd have the town center that we want. And even if we improve our infrastructure and adopt this set of zoning, I'm not sure that we're ever going to get there without the cooperation of the current property owners. And I don't know what it's going to take to dangle something in front of them and make them say, oh, yeah, it's time to really dig in and look at the zoning. Oh, that's okay, let's go ahead with something. But as far as this set of zoning articles is concerned, if there is a concern about a particular article, you could take the board's recommendation to bundle them, or you could take your own recommendation and say, let's unbundle them, and we'll vote on them singularly. I think if we left one out because it didn't get approved at the town floor, the others would stand pretty much on their own. And there's always a chance to indefinitely postpone an article on the floor as well, if there's one that is very contentious, such as the building height, one that we talked about extensively last night. So those are my thoughts at the moment, and hopefully they're helpful.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board?
It's not so much a question, it's an observation. I'm sort of bullish on having it as one article. Originally, I came in thinking it should be multiple, and Blythe and I were talking, and I was listening to the board, and then I realized it really having, been involved as the moderator and things where things are parsed out, like if too much gets voted down and others up, then it's really a hot mess. So I really like the idea of one. But it's interesting that you say that infrastructure, so this is more observational, because I know that last night one of the things that somebody was saying, there was some, I don't remember about what, but there was some concern, because obviously a lot of the concern last night, I think a lot of the concern you'll find from me and from others at town meeting will be sort of vetting the unexpected consequences, the unanticipated consequences. And there was some pushback, there was some concern about, well, it's going to be $20,000 for this type of business and $30,000 for your municipality, and no requirement for certain other types of businesses. And there was concern about that. Well, you're not putting any limit on it. It could be anything. And the response back was sort of, well, but the lot size would determine it. And then the question was, well, what if people bundle the lot sizes? Well, then the infrastructure determines it, right? But that sort of dovetails. I mean, we have Ernie. He's left, but every time he comes, he talks about the infrastructure and the importance of sewer in downtown Norfolk. And what if that happens? And we've told the town, hey, don't worry about it because the septic won't cover anything big. And then we solve the problem for whomever that is. Are we back to square one? I don't know. I mean, it's just interesting that there's some of the things that we're sort of assuring people, don't worry about it, are kind of not as sure as, right? It's just interesting. I don't know.
And I think, last night, Josh did a good job and Rich did a good job of identifying, you're absolutely right. I think somebody brought up the potential changes to the Board of Health's management of septic
Right, that's what they were
requirement,
talking
right?
about, was more in terms of going from 10,000 to
Right.
15, that whatever, but
And then
I was
they
thinking
identified
septic.
that was, one of the limiting factors that was
Correct.
included in
That's right.
some of the slate
It
of
was just
things.
one.
And I
No,
think
I
that it was
understand that.
acknowledged during the meeting that there needs to be a more concerted effort to identifying those clearly for people so that they can see that these
They
are
can feel more
actually
comfortable.
exactly,
Right.
right. Yep. So I think that was a
I
key
think that's right.
takeaway from
Yep, I
the
agree.
discussion
That was
last
kind of
night.
where my thoughts were.
I mean, having listened and absorbed with some of the commentary that happened last night, I think that one comment that coming through about, taking away that cap, the 15,000 square foot building footprint, I think that created a lot of, it seemed like that scaling was kind of coming through. So interesting enough, I did go back and, so next, the Walgreens, actually, this doesn't actually help my point per se, but it just raises the issue. So that went through the PMLD process, and the footprint is 16.
Can you guys grab the
sorry.
microphone?
So Walgreens, I thought it was a little bit small, but in point of fact, I scaled it off GIS-wise. It looks like it's about 16,000 square foot building, the footprint. So it was above the 15,000 square foot limitation that was already embedded within the zoning bylaw. And interesting enough, what it was on the plan as a use was variety store, which was above the 15,000 square foot cap. So it does raise the point. I can see how people, perhaps capping things not by use type, if you want to do it, is a better way to prevent, shuffling the deck, if you will, on the use. Because it says variety store on the plan. It's not a variety store. To me, it's a drugstore right now. Now, I have to go back and see if they made some changes, but I can tell you the footprint's larger than that initial cap that was in the bylaw. So what I'm getting towards is that, perhaps it's kind of a splitting of things where you kept the 15,000 square feet down the road and you lower the other cap, because the other thing was trying to incentivize to maybe move things in the grocery store. And those things, again, Walter says not perfected. So I think at the end of the day, we would like to see some changes happen. I think hopefully that are meaningful changes that move things in the right direction. I think that's the goal, what we're trying to achieve here. But we also don't want to, if there's such large concern, this is, I think, traditionally, right, in town, that if something doesn't pass, for a variety of different reasons, there's a reluctance to go back and look at the issues. So that's a concern, I think, because that was my concern after the meeting, everything being bundled. There might be a piece of this that people were particularly concerned with, and that everything goes down because it's bundled. So that was kind of the counter to the whole, it's kind of the counter argument of bundling things, because there might be a piece of that could, so just general thoughts about those points.
What are your thoughts, Chris?
I agree with Rich on that, I think, and I think Walter made a passionate argument last night, is if you bundle this, all it takes is the roof height. I mean, it's 46 feet, but really that's to the mean level, which means
Right.
the roof height's gonna be over 50 feet.
Yeah, 55.
People are not gonna want it, and because Boardman Street was a good example, there's two commercial properties on Boardman Street. That could be a 51-foot high building next to a residential house. And if all somebody has to do is say, I don't want that, or everybody say, this is no good, and the whole thing fails. And I think Walter probably has the most experiences from the prior time we tried to do something like this, is everybody walked away for 20 years.
Yeah, that's right.
So we'll never see a change again for 20 years, because everybody's gonna say, forget it. We tried, it failed, see you later. And that's only just one of them. I mean, the 15,000 is another good example, you know, the grocery store at 20. And I think Walter's point is, my concern is infrastructure, you know, traffic. I mean, we really haven't had a chance to look at what the traffic effects of adding this kind of residential housing in addition to this commercial is going to do. We're all seeing it. The center of town is now a big bottleneck. And it's shocking how fast it happened. It really is. It overnight. You know, I can't get out of Rockwood Road anymore. I can't get out of Cleveland Street anymore. You get caught at the train, forget it. I mean, you literally sit and watch the traffic sitting down by the old town hall now at 4 o'clock. It's just, traffic is a problem, which this doesn't even address yet. And we're talking about adding a huge residential component to the center of our town. You know, the restaurants, for some reason, we cannot seem to attract a restaurant, whether it be septic, sewer, gas, we can't seem to do it. And even if we did, it's not the end result. It's not going to solve our tax problem by adding a restaurant. So I'm concerned by bundling it. All the good that went in, it's just going to take, probably the building height is going to defeat it, and then we're not going to see this again for another 20 years. And I almost, and I've expressed it to Rich this morning, I said, I almost think you have to table this, I hate to do it, until, if they don't want to separate it, and then start looking at these pieces, start looking at our traffic issues before we approve this, address our water issue. This is going to take an awful lot of additional water use that we haven't taken into account yet. And we're seeing, you know, I think from a passionate standpoint, I want to come to Norfolk Center. I want to see a beautiful town hill. I want to see a beautiful white federated church. I want to see the lawns up there. I want to see commercial businesses that are hopefully thriving. I don't want to see residential houses all behind by the railroad tracks. I don't want to see the Wayside Plaza over here torn down with a little building in front and then all residential there. I don't want to see all residential in front of Walgreens. I would like to see us try to develop, and if we can't do it in 10 years, we can't do it in 10 years. It's going to take time to get that, as Walter said, that center we want. But I think to rush into it, I think we're really going to, once you do it, and God forbid, if it did pass, we're stuck with it. And I think that's going to cause us some issues.
Your risk, if you choose to table it, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you choose to table it, you do risk what you mentioned a moment ago of not getting back at it for a number of years. There's a lot of good in there. The business of not wanting to have a lot of residences in the center. We've designed it so that a commercial first floor building with residences above is a reasonable economic prospect for a developer to come forward with and make some money on. And we've also allowed for residences behind that. Doesn't have to be residences, but we've allowed for it. Presently, there's no requirement for first floor commercial. John Smith can come in here with a development and want all residences, and it fits within the zoning, and it's hard to deny it. But at least with this set of language, we've got an opportunity to have a building where we've got first floor. In fact, all the mixed-use buildings would be first floor commercial or retail. I think it's better than what we've got, but it's up to you folks as to whether you want to go forward with it or not. I think we should, but it's up to you.
Did you have a question, comment, concern? Just need a microphone over there. From where here, there should be one other one out there somewhere.
There you go.
I don't think, last night, I attended the planning board meeting. But strangely enough, what I attended isn't what I'm hearing here. But that happens a lot.
What exactly are you
Okay.
referring to?
The people that were at the planning board meeting last night had a lot of questions, mega questions, okay? They don't want this thing bundled. They want the town to be able to see it and vote on it. You know, We were crammed with that wonderful police station, $3 million over budget. You want this town to trust you again? Don't hide from them. Lay things out. Let them see it all. And the town center should not be for our developers. It should be for the town people. We shouldn't build a building that has residences above it, because it's going to be profitable for a developer? No way. We should build a town center that takes into account the town water that we have available. And a commercial building takes a lot less water than residences above it. And it seems to me when I drove here as late as tonight, you had Walgreens, you had Celia's, you had the physical therapy people, you had a Linda's Variety, you had the pizza shop, and all of those buildings. Strangely enough, they've all been here for a long time, and I don't see any residences above them. So they will come. It should be for the town it's being built, not for the developers. Commercial, fine. But residents, how about traffic? They're not ready for this. Traffic was never addressed last night, ever. The effect that these residences could have on town services, water and stuff, was never addressed. The only thing they want is, it's going to draw developers in. Well, I just proved to you, developers come without residences above them. They're not ready. This should be tabled. And when it comes out, do not try to hide stuff and bundle it. The town belongs to the 7,000 people here. Not you, or me. 7,000 of us. Let us all see.
Okay, so if I could address this just very quickly. The bundling that we're talking about here isn't related to hiding articles or language in any of this. The bundling that we're talking about is taking individual components of zoning changes and making them one effort so that they can work in coordination with each other to be able to get, okay, but it sounded like what you were saying was we were trying to sneak something in, and that's certainly not the case here. This has been analyzed. Hold on, it only works if one of us talks. If I'm talking, so if you go through this and you identify that we've reviewed each and every piece of these articles, word by word, with everybody ad nauseum, it's difficult to hear that anything is trying to be snuck through, right? So I really disagree with that perspective. When we talk about bundling, we talk about offering a package for people to be able to understand how each of these different components will work together in a singular effort to get us to a fantastic town center. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that there's anything that's being snuck in or bundled in without anybody knowing or having exposure to it. Go ahead.
Microphone.
I want to tell you one thing. I don't need a lesson about bundling. I was the chairman of your advisory board here. I know exactly what bundling is, and I know how people feel about it.
Okay. Thank you for your service. I appreciate it.
We have a difference of opinion about it, but I'm just saying, I've had experience with bundling.
Understood. Rich, did you want to address some of
But
the...
they're not ready.
Okay.
Traffic, water, nothing of this was ever addressed.
Mm-hmm.
And, if we don't do it now, we may not do it for another 5 years. Well, wouldn't you want a town center that is correct, then just shove it in? And then you figure out you have a water problem because you have residences. And how about traffic? What are you going to do then? Just think about it.
Very good. Rich, did you want to address some of the items identified as gaps from last night's?
Sure. I think two of you were there, and the third watched at home, so I don't think there was any, I might have not articulated my voice up and down of the passion that was in in the audience, but I think I clearly understood there was reservations there last night.
Absolutely.
So I'm not trying to say there wasn't by the townspeople by any stretch of the imagination. When it came to the topic, and I know this topic has come up about traffic, it's not as if we're not trying to do a traffic study. How traffic studies are done, as you know, they're based on a program of this use, that use, and then you do demand, you do counts. I mean, so to try to put, and this was a challenge with Josh had talked about this a while ago through the process, to put a meaningful traffic study together is quite challenging on a zoning change. If you have a development program and if we said, okay, this is the development program for town center on these various parcels, and then we did a traffic study, then there could be some value of it, but you'd have to all come to consensus and say, this parcel is going to be developed this way, with this mix of uses, this is, et cetera, then we can really do a really meaningful traffic. It's not, no one, I don't think, would say that when we have a vacant piece of property and you add any use to it, there isn't some traffic effect. Clearly, there's no questioning about that. It was trying to provide something that was meaningful when it comes to traffic was kind of the challenge. That was the issue. And in the permitting process, as part of if anything were to pass, or even today what's there, then traffic gets addressed through the permitting level, and then you start to assess those individual impacts per se, which is what perhaps we didn't get to talk about a little bit last night. So I think that's kind of enough to, that's the challenge of the,
So Chris, you had brought up your concerns related to traffic as well, and in your experience in working on the ZBA and addressing traffic concerns as it relates to incoming projects, with what Rich just identified in terms of the difficulty in assessing traffic impact for a zoning change as opposed to an individual project, where do you fall on that?
I think you could. I think you have to determine what could be the maximum build-out. Like I said, you could just take the vacant lots we have or the vacant parcels, and you could figure out what your traffic, your build to could be on a building, and then you could assess it from there.
Assumptions, right.
You can make assumptions, so you could do it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, you could.
We definitely could do that. Although I will say the counter to that is when we go through these different scenarios, so to speak, and you heard it last night, I think, was, what's the max build out, what's the min build out, what, they wanted, if we had a plate of said this is the scenario we want to analyze and there was consensus, that would be fine. But to try to analyze on each different property how it may be developed is more challenging. So, because as you know, when you do this work and you do the analysis and you put the studies out there, you're going to be held to them. So it's not necessarily a reluctance to do that, but I will say, as you probably experience, you said in that study, so you got to be mindful of how you go about doing these things, because as somebody will come out and say, that's not what you said at that meeting. That's not. And so it's just of where we are trying to assess these things, just to be, we're not trying to, again, just approach them in a realistic way.
One of the things that was on the table 5-10 years ago was to try to work with the MBTA to move the train platform. That would help. It wouldn't solve the problem, but it would help. Is any progress on that that you're aware of? I'm not aware of any, but I mean, here
sunk a ton of money into
the second track.
The second track, and then clearing out the.
Yeah, but they haven't talked about moving the platform.
I think the only thing they've talked about is lifting the gate when the trains stop.
Yeah.
Right. Having the
That will
positive
help a
signal
little bit.
Right.
Help a little bit.
That will help a little, yeah.
Right.
Because you're right, it's like the Southeast Expressway during the trains.
Right.
And I laugh because I get all outraged. I'm like, traffic, and then you think, what? It's 3 minutes, but still, when you're used to being able to sort of cruise along.
Well, and where people park too, right? So you're crossing the streets and that.
Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, Blythe and I had a discussion with Bob McGee today to talk about water, too, because that came up last night, and it's a valid point. I mean, water is definitely a consideration that needs to be thought about, especially with the situations that some of our neighbors are in, with their ability to supply the residents. And I think the message that we heard from Bob, that was 2 years ago, we had an assessment done on our capacity, taking into account some very large developments that were currently in the queue at the time related to Abbeville, Seekonk Street, and other 40Bs. We were told that our capacity was going to be able to take us through the next 10 to 15 years, considering we keep that same rate and pace. Now with Abbeville dropping off, that rate and pace decreases a little bit. With this addition, I don't know if it's necessarily a wash, but it seemed like we would still fall within that. Tell me if you heard something different
I
today.
did not.
Okay.
But did you ask, so that's looking at it based on current bylaw?
That was looking at it based on the current rate and pace of growth within the town, correct?
Not with, now we've changed it, and one of a potential unintended consequence is that we end up with something like next to the train in Walpole, albeit maybe not 5 stories.
We talked about it.
Like,
We
if
did
all of a
talk
sudden we
about it.
have 200 units in the center of town, does that change the landscape, or 400? or-
It does, but we also have our Water Management Act permit coming up for renewal next year, and that's a conversation, an opportunity to talk with the DEP about how much we're allowed to withdraw. We're building Holbrook Well for redundancy, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't let other wells rest, and the ability to pull out more water if we're allowed to, possible. And, you know, there's other measures we can take to try and minimize what we use in water today. So there's a lot of factors that go into it, but to your direct question, no, we didn't talk about the build-out and what it means.
Right.
There are pros and cons, because you still have 25 Rockwood not developed, so you don't know the water usage there. You have Enclave not developed, you don't know the water usage there. You have the other part of Abbeville, which will require water. Water's going to be brought down Lawrence Street, so everybody on all those streets up there will now have access to water who were on wells before. So it's a big unknown. Our water usage is a big unknown.
And when we met with the DEP to talk about the final permit for Holbrook Well, I said to them, you know, we're mandated by 40B to meet these requirements to get, and getting to 10%. Our ability, your allowance of us to take water out of the ground has got to take into account this obligation you've put on us from another law.
Right.
So, you know, come on, there's got to be some, I get that there's only a limited amount of water in the
Right.
ground and other towns around us, but we can't be held to one standard and not be allowed some relief on another. It's just not.
That's a good point.
Yep.
So that's an issue, but I think the first issue is the bundling. I think that's a real problem of this, bundling this.
I guess the only thing I'd say to that is 2 things. I understand your concern, although I think that if you looked at it from my perspective, you'd actually see the value in it. But you're not seeing it from that perspective, and that's fine. My concern is that just like a budget where you vote the whole budget up or the whole budget down, you would have a hold on certain items, but there was, before we started with the holds, it would be a whole budget up, whole budget down, and if somebody took issue, just as you're saying, with one line item, if you didn't do it right, there was 1 year there where all of a sudden they weren't gonna have a budget if they didn't fix, right? Like all of a sudden everyone was like, whoa, 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 we need to have a motion from the floor, or else tomorrow morning no one's gonna get paid in town. So if you have it as one, and enough people are upset about the height, then the whole thing fails. But you don't want that. You want it separate and apart, so lots of things can succeed, maybe things you don't like, lots of things can succeed, and others can fail. So that's one of the issues. But I think that what I heard last night, quite candidly, was that it wasn't just the height.
Yeah.
Like, there were a lot of, so what I see happening if you unbundle is that there ends up being, you know, sure, maybe we'll sign on to sort of mission statement pieces of it, and then everything having to do with height or number of floors or number of square feet for the footprint, or all of those fail, and you're in the exact same spot, having spent an additional hour and a half of town meeting time. And again, it's not my role anymore, right? But that's just how I see it. Like, you're gonna end up blowing up enough of it that what you have left isn't gonna help. I don't know. It's interesting. Either way, it's interesting.
Yeah, I'm split
There's
as
value
well.
in- yeah.
I'm totally split.
I came in
because-
thinking it should be unbundled,
Yeah.
and then I realized that there's so many, like, they're so interconnected. I mean, sure, height, like some simple linear thing like that, literally linear. Oh my God, it's
Nice.
late. Then that would be fine, but there's so much else that's sort of interwoven, like you've thought about whether or not I have concerns about them. I get how elegant and how much you've worked at creating a fabric that changes it, and I think that the things that concern people like me are gonna pull enough threads that what you're left with is gonna be not very much of a fabric.
Which
See there, I
doesn't
finished the analogy.
address the core goal whatsoever.
Stayed on the analogy. So that's why I'm torn. Like, I came in the room thinking, as you did, and then.
Well, yeah, I understand. There's a couple of things that even if everything else went, they'd still be of benefit. For example, the I-7 definition of use and the principal building and secondary building language, if that passed and everything else failed, that would still be a step forward.
Let me throw this out, notwithstanding however it's decided to go, breaking it down or not. If enough of it gets blown apart so that, say, you end up with I-7 and nothing else, is that enough to make people still feel committed to keep working? Like, I understand that some of the things that I'm hearing are, well, we need to vote for it, because if we don't, it'll be another 20 years because we'll all be so depressed about it that we won't come back to the table. Like, what is, you know, if you hear, like, that it's limited things, like what I heard last night, what I heard, which is what you echoed, was that people were concerned about unintended consequences in a lot of different areas, but that globally, they liked the idea of figuring out what is it that we can do to invite commercial growth so that we end up with the town looking like what we want, at the same time as we end up with tax dollars that aren't on the residents' back, right? That's kind of the raison d'etre of the whole thing. Everybody seemed to appreciate the work that had been done. Everybody seemed to appreciate the goal.
Right.
But they had concerns about how the goal was what the goal currently looked like. Nobody said, until tonight, nobody said, let's just leave it the way it is. We're fine with Linda's and Walgreens. Like, people want other stuff. So is that enough to keep people keep folks like you guys motivated to keep coming back and chewing away? Because they really did seem to have sort of limited area. Like, they were clear about, I'm worried about this. And I didn't get the sense that it was they were throwing one thing out, and then as soon as you fixed it, they were going to come up with something. Like, they really were bearish on the whole thing, and they were just trying to throw it. You know, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I really felt like the voices that I heard muttering were like, I appreciate you. You know, they were kind. They weren't angry. They were just worried.
Yeah, I understand. Well, in terms of continuing motivation to work on this is my third bite at the apple.
That's why I'm asking.
And I'm getting tired of chewing. So I don't know whether I'll pitch in and work on another round, but that's not important, because if I don't, someone else will. So don't worry about that.
So I guess there's a couple of questions. Mr. Chris, you were thinking you don't want it bundled and or tabled, right? I mean,
I think if you bundle, you're gonna probably see it fail.
yeah.
And so I prefer not to have that. And I think you can unbundle and keep some bundling. I mean, you can separate the height, one very simply.
That's not a bad idea.
You can separate the 15,000 square foot one, simply. You can, I think you actually remove the 1.5 to 1.
Correct.
Remove that one. So you can
Yeah,
keep
that one
some
came out last
together
night.
and you can unbundle others. And I
There's
think that would be the way
I think there's really only two that need to be tied together.
Right.
Written.
There's
Right.
really only two, right?
And the rest of them can stand alone.
It's IBA 1 and I think it's I-7 and the
Yeah,
other
the one
two.
that's tied to the principal building.
Right.
and the Secondary building definition, because that's
Yeah,
been
those two.
structured that way.
Right.
Those need to be together.
Yeah.
The rest of them you could.
Unbundle. And I
Yeah,
think
you
that
can
would,
unbundle.
and I think that would be the way I would want to approach it.
Because and I definitely appreciate the comments, you know, people coming to the hearing, those comments. And but also that town meeting sometimes can help, you know, from having a larger, get a feel for it,
That's where I'm torn to what you were saying,
So
Cece,
I'm
was,
kinda-
it would be a long meeting potentially if everybody
I
was
mean,
to
if
start
everybody's
dissecting
very- yeah.
everything. But at the other side of that, isn't that what we're supposed to let people do, is to
I'm
have
just
their
saying,
opportunity
my,
to have
my,
in-
my
input on
overarching
them?
concern was more that you remove enough of the
Where it isn't
where-
as impactful as we
well, it's
necessarily
not at all.
want it
It's
to
just
be.
you got like a hanging
Right.
Yeah.
something.
Yep.
I wanted to say Chad, but it didn't work.
No, it needs to dangle.
It did.
Okay, so
Well, we're always open for ideas, right? I mean, this is not.
Now I'm punchy.
I mean, it's.
Okay, so it sounds like we have some semblance of a direction here. That there are two pieces of the currently proposed article that we believe should be bundled.
I think the whole thing should be just when you're taking your vote. I think it should be one.
One. Okay.
Now craft your motion. Enjoy.
Now I think I'm crafting in vain. I don't know if this is
Well,
the
no,
word
I mean, I'm just going to
crafting.
vote against it. I'm just telling you.
Appreciate your upfront nature.
I'd just like you to know where I'm all about transparency.
So then, Chris, in that case, if we were to bundle the two that would work together and then unbundle the rest so that the public would have the opportunity to be able to have their
Then let it
feedback.
go forward.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
have no problem with that.
And the two to go together, just so I can keep up, make sure that
Rich, can you
I
hit me
know
with
what we're doing in the
some
morning.
sections?
Yeah, it's I-7.
The
I-7A.
list of
Well, there's three of
uses.
them, yeah. I-7, I-7A, and then the two definitions.
Yeah, that's right, yeah, okay, all right.
So
The two-
basically the end of the,
Yeah,
Yeah.
the last three. yeah.
okay. So you'd have one, and would you put those articles first, that article with those things together first? And then the things that are somewhat the Chinese menu after? Those would be the other motions, other articles?
Well, let's figure out if we want to do this first, and then we'll talk about how we order it.
Just looks like my way seems so much better all of a sudden.
Okay, so let's say we take those last three, those are the one bundled item, article, and then we have each other component of the currently proposed article now becomes its own article. Is that correct?
So it's two? Or each, oh, each. So you would have, well, then I would think you would want to go in the order that they appear, right?
So it would
Alpha
be individual,
numerically.
individual, individual, and then bundle at the end.
Section
Yep.
I-4A1,
Just,
then I-5, then,
Just bundle the last three then, right?
and then
The
others,
1/7.
others we go back to the first version, or the earlier version,
Right.
Where they're their own articles.
where they're their own articles.
so just the, does that mean just the 1/7?
Basically,
The
yeah,
I-
from the bottom of page
The
2.
I.7 or whatever.
Yeah, bottom of page 2.
Yep.
All the way to the end.
Yep, which is the I-7.
I-7, I-7A, and
Yep.
definitions. yeah.
So I-4 and I-6
Those are by themselves.
and IB1A are by themselves.
Yep.
And I think, I get it, that it would, you'd have the bundle at first makes sense, but I just think alphanumeric makes the OCD in me feels a little better about it going in the order order of
I
operations.
want to make sure the OCDCC
It's
is
important. You do not want to see me when
addressed.
I'm disordered.
okay.
It's not
Yes, you want to
pretty.
follow the order we have here, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right, so we have a structure. Now we have to ask, do we want to move forward with said structure, right? Do we want to move forward with even pushing these forward at all? So for what I'm hearing, if we're talking this much about structure, I assume that's a yes, but
Yes,
leave it
I think
to you.
we, I think
Yeah,
we-
I mean, I think that the work was done, the effort was put in, I think you put it to town meeting and,
Yep.
and see
Let the residents.
what the
Let the
residents
voters
want.
decide.
Yep. Okay.
It's the direction of the center of town, is really what it is. And since the residents have asked for us to, that's their one of their number one priorities, other than roads, is their center of town. This is their opportunity.
I mean, Rich, I don't know if you could talk to the stats collected in the online poll that we took before we even started down this road to ask people what they wanted to see, what it was they wanted.
Yeah, to that point, I think Rich and Josh are prepared to work on a presentation so that it is, that you just don't put the articles up there and say, okay, there they are. But here's what led up to it, here's the committee, we worked on this is what we did. We go to the public hearing, we got this information, did a survey, we got that information, and here we are, and the articles are the result of that, plus further dialogue
And to Claudette's point too, I mean, there's a bunch of outstanding concerns from certain residents' perspective that we hope to address in that presentation so that we could help satisfy some of the needs for that information at town meeting. Microphone, please, I'm sorry.
No,
it's
television.
for people at home, it's not for you.
All your friends at home.
All the viewers.
Unfortunately, we have to gain back the town's faith in us. They've lost it, and you know how it was lost. The town isn't going to come together unless you bring them together. I can't, you can. Put it out there. Let them trust you again so this town can grow happily.
Understood.
Well said.
Okay, so do we have a motion then in that place? I see here that we have one crafted that,
I think you can amend it slightly and say that with a friendly amendment to provide for the edits in Article 1 made by the board tonight, something like that.
Two-thirds of the board?
so,
2/3 of something.
There's only so much math I can do. I like to show it off when I can.
so then, in that case, I would move that with the friendly amendment to split Article 1 into individual articles, sub the last three parts, which will continue to be bundled, I move that the board execute the warrant for the fall special town meeting to be held at Freeman Kennedy School on Tuesday, November 19th, 2019 at 7 p.m.
Very good.
You hear a second?
Second.
Further discussion?
Now, are you saying all articles now of the warrant? That you did, or you're just referring to Article 1? You just
It's all
basically.
articles.
Execute the warrant. It's the
You're-
whole
so
thing.
you're saying the whole thing?
It's the whole thing, right?
But we haven't talked about Article 2 yet, which I thought we were going to talk about, which is the F11.
So there is further discussion.
Yes.
But you have a motion on the floor, so you can at least continue.
Right. Article 2 is the F11 process,
Correct.
which I think, I've talked to Rich, and I know Walter, and I've obviously been involved in F11s firsthand too. I don't think this is something we leave in the hands of the building commissioner and the town planner, and I think Rich will agree that most towns, it is the planning department that does an F11. It's very hard to have a building inspector who has to enforce zoning also be the guy approving what can be used in zoning. It makes it very difficult. Hill Street's a perfect example. There was an F11. And then when people realized that what was going on up there, it then had to go to the planning board. The building inspector gave the F11. God forbid if the person ran with that. He would have a business up there, and the neighborhood would be clamoring for why did this happen? And who's your enforcement officer is the same person who allowed it to go through. And we found out what that property is. It required site plan approval, and it's been 2 meetings to the planning board and will require more. There are other examples in town. So I think you've got to, it's a planning board function. And you can't let the guy who's enforcing be the guy who's setting the rules. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And the zoning board has 6, 7, 8 examples. I could cite all of them, but I won't. In the last 5 years, where this has come into play. And it's not good. There's litigation out there right now the town's involved in because of it. So I think it becomes a planning board function. It should be there. They're experts at this. They do it well. The language has been cleaned up a little bit on the F11s, which is great. But I think it definitely is a planning board function. It should not be. And I think yes, I think Walter stated yesterday that if the building commissioner and the planner can't agree, then it goes to the planning board. Well, just put it in the hands of the planning board. This is their expertise. and Rich and I talked, if it's something simple like an occupancy permit, a change of occupancy, you know, the hardware store wants to become a dry cleaner, that can be handled without having to go through a full-blown, as long as there's a site plan. They don't need to pay a $300 or $1,000 application fee. It can be handled on a very nominal fee level and very quickly through an administrative process of the planning board. So it's not as if we're tying up changes of occupancy by forcing it to go to the planning board.
So, let's go ahead, Cece.
Well, I was just going to say, so we were there last night. I know you were watching from home, so I mean, we all sort of saw the same thing. My recollection was that one of the reasons why they, after several meetings, came to the conclusion that this was the best method, although I think that originally they thought maybe it was 3, but then they came down to 2, was because of, as you said, sort of the de minimis, like you don't want to have a full board, you know, run around trying to get the full board to be convening for small change of occupancy, the more housekeeping.
The more routine ones, right?
Routine,
Yep.
things, and this would solve that problem. And if it was something they didn't agree on, or if it was bigger, then they would bring it to the board, right? Am I?
Mhm.
And so, basically, by this sort of, you're suggesting that they change it, or that they off-list this article, or that's just going to be your objection?
Well, I
at
think
town
I think it should be a planning board function. It shouldn't be the building. There's articles is written that it's the town planner and the building commissioner. I don't agree with that. I think this article, I think this is a mistake. So I don't agree with the article, and I think Rich and I have talked about it. Most towns he's worked in, the planning board does do it. And the fact, if you're changing occupancy, planning board meets once a month, twice a month if you have to. You guys have actually had a pretty good run of once a month. You can meet twice a month to make sure you take care of these routine things, like the zoning board does. We have to meet, we've been meeting twice a month for 3 years now. It's just the way it works.
So what was your reason for, did I get it?
Well, there were a couple of reasons. One was the simple fact of expediency in terms of time. If John Smith comes in and says, I want to change the hardware store to a dry cleaner, and we have a site plan on file, and Rich and the building inspector, Rich and Bob, look at it and say, yeah, it's fine, it's okay, that ought to be sufficient in our judgment. If they say, well, that's okay, but it's a minor modification because you know, you're going to put in some new vents to handle the effluent from the cleaning equipment and whatever, and that you really ought to come to the planning board, that's fine. Or they say, hey, you know, there's no site plan for that building. That building's been there since the year of the flood. You really need a site plan. That's got to come to the planning board. All of those steps have been built into that language. And secondly, Rich and Bob are on site 4 days a week. The planning board are out, they have jobs, or they're off playing golf or whatever, and you can't necessarily grab them and drag them come down and look at the hardware store because it wants to be a cleaner. So those were the reasons, really. Oh, and also, you know, if the planning board is going to adjudicate a dispute between the two guys, you don't want them involved in the decision to begin with.
But how do you answer the really sort of cogent argument that the person who's ultimately going to be the enforcement officer is also, he's the sheriff and the...
Well, the way I answer that is that's what he's there for, to look over his shoulder and say, wait a minute, Bob, you know, when you're looking at this, think about these things that you might not have thought of before. There's another pair of eyes, and contrary to Chris's opinion, I think a second pair of eyes, working with Bob, who's been doing this for a long time, is adequate.
So as you...
Rich is like, I'm the second pair of eyes, whether I like it or not.
Yeah, so as I did, like I said, I disagree. I mean, I'm working with the board, and this is what they want to try to move forward. I think, as I mentioned before, I think inherently having it with the board is the right place because it's, you know, it's their permit, okay? They're gonna, and also I think that what it tends to do, at least from experience in these situations, it organizes people to organize their material and get it together in a timely way because they want to get to the board. They have an agenda, they have an agenda they got to meet, and they they do their best effort to make their case. So it's worked, I mean, I worked in other situations, it's worked well with the planning boards did meet, though they did meet more often. They were at least a couple times a month. So it wasn't like a monthly cycle, but it did, in both those situations, it was a board decision, it wasn't staff decision, so.
Chris, when you were talking about your proposed vision of how this process should work, you identified that it wouldn't necessarily need to follow the cadence of a monthly planning board meeting, that it could be handled administratively outside of the meeting setting. Did you mean that it would be handled by an individual on the planning board or the board as a whole?
No, it wouldn't have to be the full-blown, it wouldn't have to be, I don't know what they charge now. Planning board charges, what, $500 an application? You probably wouldn't need to do that.
Yeah, we could.
I think, and Rich and I agree to that. You probably, I think, what, if F11's $100, I think, or?
I believe so, yeah.
So you could,
think so.
you could reduce the fee or make it a nominal fee. That's what I was referring to.
I think the present F11 is $100.
Yeah.
I think it's $100, yeah. So, but I think the only thing is what's here, that's probably outside the scope of this,
Yes.
so.
Yeah. It's not included in this.
Yeah.
When you,
So if this, oh, sorry.
yeah, I was gonna ask the same question you were about to ask, go ahead.
So if it goes to town meeting floor, you're not gonna be able to have an amendment on the floor. The whole thing would just have to die if the town agreed that it should be the.
Yeah, I
Planning
would
board.
think
It's up
so.
or down.
I haven't talked to council on this, but I would
But
would
yeah,
think it's
seems-
pretty,
seems
seem it's
outside of
pretty,
scope.
yeah, that's a pretty big shift from what we already, I mean,
Outside the scope.
yeah, outside the scope.
You're saying the fee.
No, to switch, so this.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
to change it now for November, I think it's outside the scope of it, if it were to revert back, but also the
Yeah.
board hasn't had a chance to
And if-
rehash
if-
it too.
Yeah, if Chris's view prevailed, that wouldn't happen until the next town meeting.
Right.
And that, an interim, excuse me, an interim solution, assuming his point of view carries, an interim solution between now and then is better than what we're doing today.
What are we doing today?
Bob is the
Sole provider, yeah.
Okay.
Judge and jury.
Yeah.
So we're adding, so this at least, to your point, this at least is adding,
Well, I would say yes, it would help.
it's adding a
would help,
check,
because the difference in this.
rebalance, whatever, however
And
you wanna look at it.
It would help this in the interim, because at least now, under this proposed change, you have to have a site plan. That's the measuring stick. On the current F11,
No matter what, you have to have it.
You
So
have to
even
have
if it's
it.
just, I wanna change it from a hardware store to
yeah.
a
So that's the basis.
airbrush store,
And that's where a lot of the,
late,
a lot of the trip-ups have been,
That's what I
in the
do.
existing one, is this non-applicability section where,
get it, now I get
so
it,
that,
I got it, yeah, that makes
so I
sense.
mean, I don't know, could you, maybe this goes in trial basis and,
So for the purposes of what we're doing here this evening, right, we're approving the warrant to move forward for town meeting.
Right.
We do not necessarily have the ability to adjust an article that's already been written or necessarily pull one? Is that right?
You don't have to bring a motion. You could pass over it or indefinitely postpone it at the meeting. Like, we have an article for unpaid bills and we don't have any.
But
So
that's at the meeting.
that's at the meeting.
That's not here right
Yeah,
now.
we have to post the warrant by next Tuesday, have
Okay.
to. So we've got the moderators meeting next Wednesday, only because people weren't available to do it exactly 2 weeks ahead.
Yep.
I mean, other than post a meeting for late this week to talk about it again, we're out of time.
Yep. Okay. To that point, Chris, I think I agree with you. I think that having a singular individual who operates on both sides of that process overall is a bad perceptive look. Even if everything is being done properly from A to Z, I think that it offers the opportunity for a negative perception at some point, and I'd like to try to avoid that, if at all possible. Now, I don't know what that means in terms of directing this, or how that works from this point forward. That'll be for town meeting. So that's that.
Well, if it goes as it's written, to town meeting, then you just stand up as a citizen and say why you think it should
Right.
fail, and someone maybe agrees, then I guess then the townspeople have three choices, right? They can vote it down and it stays Bob. They can vote it up.
Wow, that was an interesting choice of fingers.
Vote it up. I'm like, whoa. They can vote it up. And it's the two with an idea that, at least we have an interim and we'll come back in the spring with a new warrant article that brings it to the full board, or they can just vote it up and leave it at 2, right? Those are your.
It's either up or down. It's either up or down.
No, but you could do, if you do
Then
up,
you
you
could-
could do up with an idea that you're gonna have to come back and add, or you can just say, I'd rather have Bob for 6 more months than 2 people for 6 months.
We could also refer for further bylaw review, right?
You can refer anything to a bylaw review. It's just a matter of what you want to take forward to this meeting. And
I'm talking about a town meeting again. I know I keep jumping between settings.
It's getting late.
Okay, so
right.
as it stands, it doesn't look like we're doing anything differently with how that's structured as it is right now. This is going to town meeting, and
Yeah.
if we have any thoughts, opinions, or anything like that, we'll see you on the 19th.
Well, and the board, I mean, as a board, you can continue to talk about this. You can decide as a board that you get to the meeting and you've thought about it, you want to support it, stand up and say the board supports it. If someone has, how's the Board of Selectmen feel? Just because they put it on the warrant, do they agree? Do they disagree? You could say, we've taken another vote and we don't want to support something for a reason.
I think that would be.
I mean, that's possible.
Yeah.
I don't know what people's perception is, having one town meeting under our belt. Is people's perception in Norfolk that if selectmen have it on here, they automatically support it? That's a question.
I don't know that they.
That's not true.
Okay,
No,
so,
not
so
at
there's
all.
an opportunity for the board to meet, because we're meeting next week, to say, hey, we thought about F11 some more, and we're gonna take a position of X,
Okay.
Or
Fine. That's
we,
good with
we, the majority supports it, but one wants to get up and say, I feel differently. That kind of happened with the roof in the spring, right?
Right.
I'll be here next week.
Don't forget to tip your waitress.
Oh, we didn't tell you?
That all being said,
Yep.
we do have a seconded motion on the floor.
We've had a discussion.
We've had our discussion. Is there any further discussion?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, wait. There's discussion.
Well, not from the board, from the audience.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to mention that in listening to the discussion that happened at last night's meeting, the argument that I found most cogent is that the process that is being proposed in this article didn't give an opportunity for abutters to know what was going on, and didn't give an opportunity for appeal to anybody other than the person on that site. And so I thought it was one of the advantages of it going to the planning board is that more people would hear about it and there would be more open appeal process.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Very much so.
Right, because F11s are not posted.
Right, but they would be if they were part of
Right.
the public meeting here. Any further discussion?
Oh,
Okay, all in favor, vote aye.
aye.
Aye. Very good. We have our warrant.
Great.
One more thing, right?
And approving warrants, two things.
Thanks, Walter.
Thank you very much, Walter. Thank you, Rich.
Okay.
Our last item this evening is to please consider reaffirming Kevin Calcutt as the Select Board's representative to the B1 Zoning Working Committee. Blythe, any background here?
There is some question about whether or not board prior to this one had actually voted on your nomination to be the representative. And so in the abundance of caution, we are asking to have that voted again, so that if you want to vote as part of the B1 before at town meeting, you have everyone's confident in your ability to do so. That's all.
Maybe we should have done that before the discussion about the zoning articles.
Maybe. I move that the board reaffirm that Kevin Calcutt be the board's representative to the B1 Zoning Working Committee.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
You didn't have any discussion.
Did you want to have discussion?
You wanted
No.
to have a discussion?
No?
No.
Oh. Did you want to vote?
You could have asked somebody, the audience might have had discussion, right?
Well, they're
No?
fine. They look fine.
You're all
Vote
set
again?
then.
They look pretty happy with the vote.
You're good.
Oh, let's try that one more time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right.
Warrants?
Warrants.
Am I on that?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I move that the board approve the following warrants dated 10/11/2019 in the amount of $836,801.44. Dated 10/15/2019 in the amount of $194,917.56. Dated 10/22/2019 in the amount of $68,001.42. And dated 10/22/2019 in the amount of $2,148.30.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 I have just a quick calendar question for all of you. Just a reminder, we've got the tax classification hearing posting. We're running the ad next week for 4 p.m. on November 21st. That's good. Also want to find out if we can take advantage of your being in the hood on the 21st to have interviews for DPW director candidates. I don't want to wait a really long time. We've got a small but really great pool, and want to keep them in play and choose our person. So we are working towards being able to, if that works for all of you, of course. Could you be available right after that, or go home and do important things and come back? Whatever is the best. But just if that date, early evening or late afternoon, is possible.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
You asked me last night.
Yeah, we'll figure it out as we get closer.
I don't actually know my calendar that well.
I'm good to continue, just one continuous session.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
my,
All right.
Chris?
Yes.
All right, we'll work towards that. We had some interviews yesterday. We have some more tomorrow. We're working on a internal, doing assessment center ourselves, based on ones I've done before and things we learned from the fire, so we're excited about that. And everything we need to do to be able to bring candidates in front of you for that night and make a decision, and then negotiate something. Mr. McGee is planning to leave around the end of the year, so we're trying to respect that as well.
Very good.
That's the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have anything else this evening? Anything from the board?
no.
In that case, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
So moved.
So moved. Do I hear a second?
I just seconded.
He did it before. He said so
Oh,
moved.
yeah.
So we are going
Seconded
to edit
again.
this document tomorrow morning, the warrant. The last page, the signature page is separate, so you can, I'll pass it down so you can all sign it, and we're going to unbundle and rebundle number 1, and everything else stays the same that we talked about.
So do we need to do anything with this?
We need to sign it.
Yeah. This is the piece that you were like, you can't leave unless you.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have a seconded motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.